Chapter 1598. It was said that there was no wall in the world that didn't have a crack. Although the city walls of Great and were high, the wind was also strong, and there were countless whispers. Therefore, gossip could always spread to every corner at an astonishing speed. Not long after the new Prince Liang stayed at the Maui post house, the conflict between Bailiang's cavalry and the Jingji Western Army spread like wildfire. As a result, the minister of the Ministry of Rights personally welcoming the prince into the city gave people an unusual feeling. Most people, while praising the emperor's magnanimity, spared no effort in cursing the young prince's rudeness and unreasonableness. They thought that the court should have left this northwest barbarian outside the city until he suddenly came to his senses and learned to submit a memorial to the emperor to ask for forgiveness. Only then would he be allowed to enter the city. Compared to the common people who didn't know the depth of the water, the civil and military officials of Great and City, especially those who were qualified to participate in the morning court and had entered the Liang officialdom, should have been the most confident group of people who could order Bailiang around. This time, for the first time, they were all silent. It was rare to see a grand occasion where one dog barked and hundreds of dogs barked. For example, the censorate censor and the 6 branches censors, who were not high officials but had noble statuses, after privately communicating with each other, they all gave up the idea of impeaching the young prince. The reason was simple. As the carriage entered Great and City, in addition to the confrontation between Bailiang's light cavalry and the 2 generals, Zhao Guwei and Qi Changgong, the shocking news of Bailiang defeating Beimang was also brought to the capital. At this sensitive time, it was useless to impeach the number 1 warrior of the new dynasty, no matter how many reasons you came up with. On the other hand, how many enemies had the Liang border army, which was built with half the country's taxes, killed in 20 years? Was it 100,000? According to the military law of Liang, seizing 80 heads of northern Mang was enough for a low-level soldier to be promoted to a military officer of the border army. It was said that this time, not only did northern Liang kill countless enemies, they even took the head of northern Mang's great general Yang Yuanzhan. If they were to be rewarded based on merit, how great of a military merit would this be? Since Su Xiaoman was already a prince, then the title of marquis that the scholars of Liang dreamed of was meaningless. Could it be that the previous emperor had just taken away the old Prince Liang's title, and in the blink of an eye, he was going to take it back from the hands of the current emperor? At the same time, the low-ranking officials of the capital naturally began to silently criticize the Beimang barbarians. Previously, the army on the eastern front had aggressively advanced all the way to Gourd, Xiaguang City. Bailiang's 300,000 border army could drive Beimang's million-strong army back to their homeland, and the Liang border army was not small either. Don't talk about loud thunder but small raindrops. Your Liang border army hadn't even had a decent thunder in 20 years. Su Fengnian only took Su Yanbing to the Maui post house. The 800 white horse guards were all arranged by the Ministry of War's Ministry of Rights to appropriate accommodations near the post house. After Su Fengnian got off the carriage, he found that the many officials of the post house were different from the last time he came to the capital. They were all younger and unfamiliar faces. When they saw the king of Bailiang in his black and gold embroidered robe, their eyes were filled with deep fear. Su Fengnian raised his head to look at the dragon claw locust tree outside the post house. It was still there, but the people had changed. The Maui post house had always been a post house that belonged exclusively to the Bailiang Road. It was also one of the few post houses that could be built in the capital. Because the old prince of Liang, Su Shao, rarely came to the capital to meet the emperor after he was made king, it had always been a gloomy scene. The officials of the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue had suggested countless times that the post house should be dismantled. As a result, when the officials of the 2 ministries joined the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue a few years ago, repeating the same old tune became a custom. It was like a pledge of allegiance. If anyone dared to not submit a memorial to the emperor regarding this matter, it was inevitable that they would be ostracized and pinched by their senior colleagues. However, the late emperor and the current son of heaven both had a subtle attitude toward this matter, so much so that there were old foxes in the officialdom who joked that if one day the Demoyai hostel was really demolished, it would be very boring. Su Fengnian was very familiar with the post house. He asked for a room in the back courtyard from the post house officer Hong. After the trembling post house officer slowly left with his body bowed, Su Fengnian moved 2 rattan chairs under the eaves. He and Su Yanbing each sat down. In the eyes of Mount Qing Liang, this was Su Fengnian's last-minute decision to rush into the capital. It was not that there were no objections. However, Su Fengnian's control over the Bailiang cavalry and the entire Bailiang road officialdom could be said to have reached its peak. Other than Su Beiji, who had flown into a rage when they met in Lingzhou, only Song Dongming had sent a spy from the Fu Shuifang to deliver a secret letter. The wording of the letter was implicit. It was probably not in favor of Su Fengnian taking the risk. It probably also expressed the thoughts of a group of old generals like Yan Wenlun. Only Bai Yu, who had arrived late from Wutangan, sent a letter. His words were supportive. Su Yanbing said softly, Second Commandery Princess said to let Huyen Dagwan follow into the capital. Prince should have agreed to it. A centipede dies but does not fall down. Moreover, the Zhao clan in Liang is far from the point of decline. Even without Han Shengxian, Lu Haosher, and Qi Jiajie, there are not many Qi cultivators left after 2 twists and turns. However, it is still the most virtuous city in the world. It should not be underestimated. Su Fengnian smiled and said, I did not ask Huyen Dagwan to come out of the mountain. The Zhao clan's emperor also did not ask Gu Jiantang to rush into the capital. Let's call it even. Su Yanbing sighed and said, if the imperial edict had come a little later, Bailiang would have parted ways with the Zhao clan. Su Fengnian shook his head and said, there won't be a fight. Zhao Zhuan's original intention was to let the Jingji Western Army test my bottom line. If we were easy to negotiate with, then he would have the confidence to demand an exorbitant price. If I did not guess wrongly, the eunuch from the ceremony directorate who was in charge of writing the imperial edict must have been instructed by the emperor to show up at the right time. Therefore, no matter what, they would not start a fight in the capital region. If they really fought, a total of 7,000 elites would be scared witless by 800 cavalry. Where would the emperor and the imperial court put their faces? Moreover, even if the Western army was lucky enough to win, it would still be a terrible mess to clean up. Hearing Su Fengnian deliberately emphasize the word elites, Su Yanbing smiled knowingly. Bailiang's local garrison. Not to mention Liangzhou and Yuzhou, perhaps even Lingzhou is tougher than them. Su Fengnian did not mock him at all. Actually, the foundation of the Liang army is still there. Unfortunately, after 20 years of peace, the annual military exercises cannot compare to the real fighting of the border army. Therefore, they have lost their edge. After all, there is a world of difference between a sharpened blade and a sharpened blade. However, if they are given a few years to hone themselves in the flames of war, they may not be too bad. For example, if Bailiang wanted to establish a country, it would only be a small Baimang at most and would not be able to outlast Liang, whose national strength was growing day by day. However, if Bailiang staked everything on one throw and under the precondition that Baimang did not take advantage of the situation to intervene in the Central Plains, they could charge thousands of li to attack Great and City. I believe they could take down the Tuhuai River. At this point, Su Fengnian smiled. 1 month, at most 1 month, the Bailiang cavalry would be able to wipe out the entire northern front of Liang, including Jizhou. Also, their losses would not exceed 20,000. They would directly reach Great and City. Su Fengnian put his hands under his head and gazed at the sky above Jingdou. However, it would be too difficult to break into Jingdou. In the area around Jingdou, other than the south, which is good for cavalry, the other places are not. When the time comes, not to mention Gu Jiantang's 2 Liao border armies, the king of Jiaodong Zhao Sui, and the king of Jing and Zhao Sun, perhaps even the Nanjiang army would take advantage of the situation to head north. However, the former all want to contribute to the rescue of the king, while the latter have more thoughts and want to benefit from the battle. Don't forget that there is also the ambitious Chen Jibao. As for Lu Shengxiang and Tang Taizuang, they are not mediocre people. One battle of Guangling could allow Ko Jianghuai of the western frontier to quickly rise to the ranks of famous generals. After a long battle, It would be easy for Liang to have a few kings of the western frontier or Ma Jianghuai. If Beiliang and West Chu are allies, their chances of winning are higher. On the other hand, can't a desperate Liang go and borrow troops from Beimeng? Chapter 1599. Su Fengnian said quietly, even if all the Beiliang cavalry are willing to follow Su Fengnian as rebels, how many people will die in battle in foreign lands? How many people will die in the world? If the Beiliang cavalry takes this opportunity to invade the Central Plains, not to mention being a sinner for all eternity, just Su Shao will not be able to sleep well. Su Yambing said sincerely, being an official is harder than practicing martial arts. People who practice martial arts may be able to become grandmasters if they are stubborn. If an official is stubborn, there is no future. If being an official is already like this, there is no need to mention being a vassal king or an emperor. Su Fengnian smiled and said, it is difficult to follow one's heart. There is no harm in settling for the second best and having a clear conscience. There was silence for a moment. Su Yambing suddenly asked, what are you going to say next? Su Fengnian said quietly, when the capital is established and the heat is enough, I will attend another court conference. After that, will Huan Wen or Qianglong see me? Will they use emotion to move me, or will they use force to lure me? I am actually very curious. The Jiangnan Lu family had two ministers. The former Minister of Rights, Lu Daolin, and the former Minister of War, Lu Baijie, had both left the capital one after the other. One had retired and returned to his hometown, while the other had transferred to Guangling. At present, it seemed that their situation was much better than the Song family. However, under the surging undercurrents, as long as one did not die and had not received the final posthumous title, no one knew whether the final outcome would be good or bad. Kong Zhenrong of the Ministry of War, Yan Qiji of the Hanlin Academy, Chen Wang, Sun Yin, Lu Su. The scholar Yan Jieshi, Assistant Minister of Rights Jean Lanting. There were also two groups of nobles led by Yin Changging and Wang Yuanran. It seemed that Su Fengnian knew more people than expected. Su Yambing's expression was worried. But what if the court refuses to let go of the transport? Su Fengnian's answer shocked even Su Yanbing. Liang Mang won't have any war for a short period of time. You, Liang, have the best Beiliang cavalry in the world, but you don't use them. You just watch as West Chu wins one battle after another. Isn't that too outrageous? I, Su Fengnian, am still willing to help the imperial court solve their problems. The bottom line is that the imperial court is stingy and doesn't want to give Beiliang food. But that's fine, Beiliang is still willing to send troops. Not only do we have to dispatch troops, we have to have the great Snow Dragon cavalry rush to Guangling Road. Su Yambing rubbed his chin. If I were sitting on the dragon throne, I would have a headache. Su Fengnian sat up and squinted his eyes as he smiled. Not only do I have a headache, but even Li Yang's crotch hurts. At this moment, Su Yanbing glanced at the courtyard wall, a cold smile on his lips. Su Fengnian sighed. It reminds me of Qi Jiaj from Escape Summertown. His entrance posture is carved from the same mold. He wants nothing more than to be closer to the sword than to Huang Qing. The post-house officer surnamed Hong walked into the courtyard with a sullen face. He said carefully, Your Highness, there is a guest outside the post-house. Su Fengnian nodded. I know. Go back and tell him that I told him to get lost. The post-house officer's face visibly twitched, but he still respectfully left the courtyard. Not long after, someone spoke in a clear voice that could be heard even from 2 streets away. I am Qi Jiaj's first disciple, Li Haoran. I invite the king of Beiliang to a battle to the death. Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Su Yambing was the same. He clicked his tongue and said, Is this guy's brain flooded with water? A battle to the death? Coincidentally, right after the famous swordsman of the capital, Li Haoran's challenge, another loud voice anxiously shouted, Mother f*** Ker. I don't care whose disciple you are. I came to the Maui post house first. If I didn't go to the latrine just now, you wouldn't have had a chance. If I want to fight with the king of Beiliang, I'll be the first one. King of Beiliang, don't listen to the nonsense of this guy next to me. I'll go first. I am Wu Laifu, a hero from Jianzhou in Liaodong. Today, I would like to challenge your highness to a battle. I would like to challenge your highness. Soon, the hero from the post house, who had almost been intercepted by Li Haoran, added, Your highness, we're actually from the same hometown. Su Fengyan, who was sitting on a rattan chair, held his forehead. Su Yanbing asked, Should I just send him away? Su Fengyan stood up and joked, It's fine. I'm going to see my fellow countrymen. But when Su Fengyan walked out of the post house, he saw that the street was deserted. There was only a handsome young swordsman standing there, and countless heads poking out of the windows of the restaurants and tea houses on both sides of the street. Su Fengyan was somewhat puzzled. He turned to the post house officer and asked, That guy from Jinzhou in Liaodong? The post house officer had a strange expression on his face as he whispered, Reporting to your highness. For some reason, that person didn't even see your highness figure when he yelled, Killing intent, and then he ran away like a wisp of smoke. Su Fengyan was speechless. This guy was a talent. He had the style of a certain person back in the day. Li Haoran, who had lost all of his momentum because of that guy's antics, had a gloomy expression. But when he saw the king of Bailiang in his embroidered robe appear, he felt an inexplicable surge of emotions. His sword heart was instantly covered in dust, and it was no longer as bright and clear as when he first appeared. What was even more frustrating was that the bastard surnamed Wu from Liaodong had returned. He trotted all the way to Li Haoran's side, with a rusty iron saber in a black scabbard at his waist. He grinned foolishly and said, King of Bailiang, as usual, I'll go first. I had something to do just now, so I went to the neighboring street. Today I, Wu Laifu, don't dare to disturb your highness too much. As long as your highness can take one saber strike from me, just one saber strike, I'll leave without another word. How about it? Su Fengyan smiled playfully and nodded, Okay. Countless onlookers behind the windows on both sides of the street saw that guy step out and shout angrily. He suddenly pulled out his saber, but didn't move forward. There was no then. Li Haoran took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The street was dead silent. After a long wait, the saber man put his saber back into its scabbard, stood still, and cupped his fists. He said, King of Bailiang, you've reached the mysterious realm of having a saber in your heart even without a saber in your hand. This time, we've exchanged blows at the peak, and I've lost. The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. We'll meet again someday. The swordsman turned around, shook his head, and strode away. He fully displayed the demeanor of a master. Son of a bitch, I've been waiting for you for a long time. You should at least give me a saber strike. Bastard, you still want to exchange blows at the peak? Peak your ass. You're called Wu Laifu, right? I'll remember you. I'll find someone to beat you to death later. Countless curses were hurled on the street. Some extremely angry onlookers not only threw teacups and wine bowls out of the window, but the hot-tempered ones even smashed chairs on the street. There were even a few groups of people who couldn't bear it anymore. They had already rushed to the street, wanting to teach that guy a lesson. Unfortunately, that guy quickly disappeared. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Not to mention how good his martial arts were, he ran very fast. The green-robed swordsman, Li Haoran, who had finally recovered his calm state of mind, said in a deep voice, King of Bailiang, can we fight now? The crowd thought that the good show had finally begun. As the first disciple of Mr. Qi, Li Haoran was also one of the top swordsmen in the capital. Even if he couldn't win against the young king of Jianghu, it shouldn't be a problem for him to exchange 30 or 40 blows, right? Then, the feng shui treasured land that they had spent a lot of money to fight for would be worth it. Su Fengyan didn't pay attention to Li Haoran. Instead, he looked at the end of the street. 3 figures, tall and short, old and young, stood side by side without making a sound. Further behind the 3, there was a man with a green-robed child sitting on his neck. There was also a young Daoist who appeared from the corner. He had a peachwood sword on his waist, and his Daoist robe fluttered as he walked. He was an immortal. At some unknown time, Su Yanbing had come to Su Fengyan's side. Su Fengyan did not pay attention to these people who were receiving guests for Great Peace City. He raised his head to look at the roof of a restaurant and suppressed his laughter. There was a strange little girl wearing a cheap mink hat sitting there, munching on a large flatbread. She was leisurely. Su Fengnian's mood immediately became good. His smile was bright. There were many brave young women who had spent a lot of money to buy seats on the street. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. The little girl on the roof snorted. Chapter 1600. The street leading to Shima Wei Post House was not wide, not long, and there were not many people. But when those people scattered on the street, facing the post house from a distance, even the short-sighted layman realized that something was wrong. In other words, the situation of the young king was not very good. Su Yanbing smiled. It's quite a big scene. Su Fengnian said, the three people standing side by side seem to be old friends of the Fu Shui room. Other than Yuan Benshi who created the Zhaoguo, there are 5 other people who really work. Among them, the one from the Guangling sect died in front of Yuan Benshi and was killed by Chao Changqing. The crippled old man in front of us is the second minister of the Ministry of Justice who should have a copper fish embroidered bag on his waist. I only know that his surname is Yao. Like Master Lu Hao, he is a gatekeeper of Taiyan City. He can be considered as the leader of the Zhaoguo. He looks like a young man who is good at retaining his youth. In his early years, he deliberately fought a few times, but it turned out to be a trick. This person has never appeared in the Imperial Astronomer, so he was mistaken as a small fry in the Fu Shui room's secret files. No one expected him to be the leader of the Zhaoguo who was in charge of all the Qi cultivators in the north. But since he dared to show up this time, he can be sure that he is one of the leaders of the Zhaoguo. The young man, with the short knife on his back should be similar to the Zhao Xuanzu from the Dragon Tiger Mountain who was killed by Dong Tai's flying sword. He used a secret technique to regain his youth. No wonder the Fu Shui room could not find any trace of him. Who would have thought that a person would become younger as he lived? He did not even need to disguise himself. But since he is a young man and has not become a child, it means that his cultivation is not very good. Compared to the 3 people, Su Fengnian paid more attention to the man who was riding the girl in green. He was an outstanding young Daoist. You groom, Wuxia and Xianxia, these 2 are unexpected people. Su Yanbing asked, what do you mean? Su Fengnian blinked his eyes and said in a low voice, I'm a dignified vassal king. Isn't it unreasonable for me to fight and kill with a large group of people who carry the banner of Jianghu? If I win, I'll still be one of the 4 great grandmasters, and I won't be the strongest person in the world above the other 3. If it's a draw, even if I challenge a group of them, I'll still lose face. Su Yanbing looked a little helpless. Your Highness, just admit to me honestly that it's inconvenient for you to fight with your internal injuries, and that it's very likely that you'll lose if you're surrounded. Isn't that enough? Su Fengnian suddenly said seriously, the problem is, I intend to fight them. Su Yanbing's face was full of surprise. He looked at Su Fengnian solemnly, waiting for the answer. Su Fengnian nodded. Su Yanbing smiled as he turned around and walked back to the post house without any hesitation. At the end of the street, the girl in green sitting on Yu Groom's neck asked softly, Xiao Yu, why did the uncle who was the world's #1 spear master leave? He doesn't care about that guy's life or death. Didn't you just say that there was something wrong with that guy, and that the qi in his body was quite chaotic? It's like a flood dragon overturning the river. Did the sea cause a flood? Yu Groom said softly, I'm not too sure, but don't you think that at this time, he suddenly became very similar to 2 people? The girl stared with wide eyes and said in distress, like who? I don't recognize him. Yu Groom's expression was complicated. There was bitterness, fascination, and a rare trace of confusion. The invincible Li Chungang 60 years ago, and the invincible Wang Xianji 60 years ago. Yu Groom sighed. Let's go, let's see if there's any sugar-coated haws nearby. The girl in green grunted in agreement. Yu Groom walked to Qi Xianxia, the young celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain who had been in Jianghu for many years. He looked at the peachwood sword on the young Taoist's waist and asked, Taoist Master Qi, how many swords do you want to ask the king of Bailiang? Qi Xianxia, who was once known for his cold temperament, smiled at the girl in green first, and then calmly said to Yu Groom, no swords, just Dao. Yu Groom continued to ask, I heard that Taoist Master Qi and Master Li of Wudong walked together for thousands of miles along the Guangling River. May I ask what Taoist Master Qi wants to ask today? Is it the Tao of Reason or the Tao of Heaven? Is it going up the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain? Or is it going down the mountain of Wudong Mountain? The little girl sighed like an old man and said sadly, Xiao Yu, I don't understand. Qi Xianxia looked as if he was struck by lightning. His face turned pale, and then he closed his eyes and his lips moved slightly, constantly whispering, Tao is not immortal, Tao is not immortal. Yu Groom turned his head and looked at the king of vassals standing at the entrance of the post house, and then looked at the Taoist of Dragon Tiger Mountain who was close at hand. The little girl knocked on Yu Groom's head with her chin and asked in confusion, Xiao Yu, you said that he is a Taoist. If he doesn't cultivate for immortality, what does he want? Yu Groom and Qi Xianxia brushed past each other. After they were far away, Yu Groom said, It's hard to say, but I think this Taoist from Taoist Master Mansion is going down the mountain of Dragon Tiger Mountain and up the mountain of Wudong Mountain. Chapter 1601. What the world did not know was that on this day, the purple gold lotus shrouded in celestial qi on Dragon Tiger Mountain grew and bloomed 6 purple gold lotuses. Qi Xianxia, who was half a step away from attaining immortality, lost all his cultivation in an instant. When he left Great Peace City, he only looked down at the road, filled with joy, and said softly, The great Tao is here. There was one less celestial in the heavens and one more in the human world. Almost at the same time, Li Yufu, the master and disciple who had reached the spring god lake along the Guangling River, bowed solemnly in the direction of Great Peace City. The first to notice the signs was not Su Yanbing, who was at the peak of the martial way, but Su Fengnian, who still had sword qi in his body. However, he chose not to do anything. The boorish-looking Grandmaster Qi refinement warrior from the north also sensed something strange. He turned around and stared at the Taoist from Dragon Tiger Mountain, as if he was in a dilemma. He was hesitating whether he should stop Qi Xianxia's rebellious behavior. But in the end, he sighed deeply and gave up the idea of stopping Qi Xianxia. Regardless of whether Qi Xianxia had attained Tao or not, from this moment on, Zhao Go, who followed his heart and chose to support the dragon instead of mending the hole in the heavenly way, knew that he had no hope of attaining the unity of heaven and man in this life. Regret flashed across his face and he laughed, Earth Celestial. What a Earth Celestial! In an instant, the middle-aged Qi refinement warrior turned into an old man past his prime. However, as he aged at a visible rate, the martial way of the number 1 Qi cultivator in the north advanced rapidly. He climbed from the mysterious celestial realm to the great celestial realm before stabilizing. However, most of the people on the streets weren't even at Master Realm, much less Grade 1. They couldn't sense the aura at all and just felt like they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Apart from being shocked, they exchanged glances with one another and saw the confusion in each other's eyes. The crippled old man said in a low voice, What happened? The Qi cultivator smiled, It's half good and half bad. In the future, he might be able to become an Earth Celestial. The young man, with the saber behind him, was both gratified and jealous. He said in a bad mood, Does our previous plan not work anymore? Let's take a big gamble? The crippled old man shook his head. They had come here today because the palace's intentions were clear. They were not going to kill anyone. It would be best if they could injure someone, but if they couldn't, they shouldn't lose too badly either. He just needed to let Great Peace City know that one of the so-called 4 great grandmasters was just a so-so, and could easily challenge a few nameless people. Of course, the 3 of them were well aware that even if they really wanted to kill someone, it would be no different from a fool's dream. Su Fengnian and Su Yanbing, how could they kill them? However, the situation was very different now because there was a great celestial stage master who was only 1 step away from becoming an Earth Immortal. That was why the youth with the saber had made such a suggestion. The crippled old man lowered his voice and said, Sir is dead, but don't forget that his child is still alive. The youth's eyes darkened. We're really useless. The Qi refinement warrior, whose cultivation level had improved by leaps and bounds, frowned. Something is not right. Qi Xianxia and Groom, you have left, but I am currently, the youth mocked. Isn't it obvious? In Su Yanbing's eyes, the current you cannot compare to groom Qi Xianxia. The Qi refinement warrior was not angry at his colleague's sarcasm. He said with a heavy heart, "I'm afraid it is not so simple." Li Haoran, who was standing between the three of them and Su Fengyan, was extremely furious. The absent-mindedness of the young king hurt Li Haoran the most. Su Fengyan frowned. However, he quickly relaxed and finally took a step forward. In a restaurant near the end of the street, the window was already extremely crowded. They all wanted to take a quick look. For some reason, a green-robed scholar with white hair did not go to this rare event. He asked for a pot of wine from the waiter and sat alone in a corner, drinking by himself. In the restaurant opposite, there was also a man in white who was drinking alone. If it was not because of the king of Bailiang's reputation and the disturbance on the street, many people would probably take a few more glances at this handsome man with a cold expression. The man in white asked for a pot of green ant wine. He did not raise his cup many times, but every time he raised his cup, he would definitely drink all the wine in the cup. In a building near the green-robed scholar, Li Yibai of the Dongyue sword pool was recognized and could only return to his seat. There was also an old man and a young girl at the same table. They were Chai Qingshan, Song Tinglu, and Shani. In the side room of the inn adjacent to the man in white, an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life was standing by the window. At the gate of Great Peace City, a handsome, young master walked in with a vigorous heroic spirit. Beside him was a woman wearing a red robe and wearing a hat. As soon as the two of them stepped into the city, a middle-aged man who was leading a donkey followed them into the city. On one of the city walls, there was a woman in purple whose skirt was tied up. She stood alone in the wind. In the second year of Xiangfu, in this late autumn when the cicadas were dying, after the king of Bailiang, Su Fengyan, entered the city. In a great peace city. Su Yanbing, Yu Gongfu, Qi Xianxia, Jia Jia. Chao Changqing, Chen Zhibao, Wu Jian, Chai Qingshan, Luo Yang, Su Ying, Dong Tai, Xinyuan Qingfeng. They all arrived. Chapter 1602. The autumn wind in the northwest ruffled the water of the capital's officialdom. The wind passed through the water without a trace, but under the surface, the undercurrent was surging. After Lu Daolin and Yuangue, Sima Puwa became the Minister of Rights. After welcoming the extremely domineering young vassal king, he returned to the yamen adjacent to the Ministry of War in Zhaojuan. The 70-year-old man appeared particularly weak. In the Liang dynasty, the 6 yamens were set up side by side. In the Liang dynasty, the left was superior and the right was inferior. The main official, known as the heavenly official, was naturally at the extreme left. At the time, Gu Zhentang, as the Minister of War, unexpectedly chose the yamen at the extreme right. Thus, from east to west, it was officials, workers, and soldiers. From this, it could be seen how disliked the Ministry of Rights was during the Yonghui years. At the beginning, there was a saying in the capital that the assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights was as lowly as the assistant minister of other ministries. Following the 2 ministers, Lu Daolin and Yuangue, taking charge of the Ministry of Rights, the Ministry of Rights' days gradually improved. Now, needless to say, it was an unwritten rule that scholars of the Ministry of Rights left the Ministry of Rights. Since the second year of Xiangfu, Sima Pua's back was straighter than the young officials at every court meeting. Even though it was late autumn, he still gave people the feeling of spring. But today, when the old minister returned to the yamen, in the eyes of the monkey-like officials of the Ministry of Rights, it was as if he had lost his soul. After the old man entered the room and sat down, he began to moan and groan. Even when left Assistant Minister Jean Lanting and the new Right Assistant Minister Jiang Yongla arrived together, the old minister did not notice. He was still sighing and groaning. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yongla's heart immediately chilled. The local officials only knew that he, who had originally been in charge of the department for purging officials of the Ministry of Rights, had been promoted to assistant minister because Yin Maochun and Chen Wang, the 2 big shots, had received excellent comments in the Capital Review. This was how he had stood out from a group of colleagues of similar rank in the Ministry of Rights. However, The officials of the capital all knew that the reason Jiang Yongla had been able to obtain this position of right assistant minister was because of the posthumous title after Lame Su's death. Jiang Yongla, with great luck, had bet on the previous emperor's intentions and proposed the posthumous title of Wu Li to pass. The so-called excellent performance in the capital review was nothing more than a fig leaf for the court. Some of the high-ranking officials in the capital who looked down on Jiang Yongla directly called him Daoist assistant minister. Previously, Jiang Yongla was too lazy to make a fuss about anything. He had been an official in the capital for many years and did not have a deep foundation. Otherwise, he would not have been involved in the disaster of the posthumous title. In Jiang Yongla's view, the position of assistant minister was the real deal. If they were not convinced, they could also step on Daoist. Could it make their official posts become embroidered peacocks? However, when the assistant minister suddenly heard that the son of the posthumous title of Wu Li, the new prince of Liang, Su Fengnian, had charged into the capital without warning, Jiang Yongla was scared silly. Originally, he had some thoughts of secretly competing with Jean Lanting, hoping that if he accidentally stepped on Daoist again, he might actually become the minister of the Ministry of Rights. Now, how could he dare to be so arrogant? The position of Minister of Rights was coveted, but his little life was more important. Thus, on this trip, Jiang Yongla's attitude was even lower than that of a sixth-rank official. He thought that today he had to ask the left assistant minister for advice on how to compete with Bailiang and still be successful in his official career. The old minister finally came back to his senses and gestured for his two assistants to take a seat. Looking at these two assistant ministers, Sima Puhua was not very comfortable in the past. One was old enough to be his son, and the other was even more outrageous, old enough to be his grandson. However, there was only a difference of one rank between their official ranks. Once he retired and returned to his hometown, one of them would have his official post changed to a second-rank golden pheasant. However, the old man did not have such thoughts today. Instead, he felt that they were in the same boat. The old minister glanced at the door and coughed. After moistening his throat, he slowly said, "Today, I suddenly received an imperial edict to welcome Prince Liang into the capital. I believe that both of you know about this." Jiang Yongla nodded furiously like a chick pecking at rice. Jean Lanting, who had become a legend in Great Peace City because of the incident of growing a beard to show his ambition, did not change his expression. No wonder he was the third junior Jean who was praised as a great beauty. Next, Sima Puhua said some ordinary words of officialdom. With such an official tone, if it was a normal yamen meeting, this old man could talk for 2 to 4 hours without panting. This was the cultivation of an official. However, today, the old minister did not chatter endlessly. He stopped talking and reached out to stroke a yellow paperweight bestowed by the emperor. After a moment of silence, he seemed to use a great deal of effort to say, "Before we parted, that vassal king told me that he would come visit our Ministry of Rights when he had time." Jean Lanting was unperturbed. Jiang Yongla gaped. He did not know if it was an illusion, but he felt that after the minister finished speaking, he looked at him with pity, as though he was looking at a pitiful creature about to be executed. Sima Pua's eyelids drooped and he calmly added, "That person also said that he wanted to talk about the past." Jean Lanting narrowed his eyes and stroked his well-maintained beard. He said with a slight smile, "Oh?" Jiang Yongla was sweating profusely. To talk about the past, was he looking for Jean Lanting? Or was he looking for himself? Or was he looking for all the officials of the Ministry of Rights? The old minister's 2 dry fingers subconsciously rubbed the warm and moist Tianhuang Ruishi lion paperweight. No one knew if it was because it was similar to the skin of the new concubine or because he was feeling the great kindness of the emperor. It was true that the young king said that he wanted to come to the Ministry of Rights to sit down and talk about the past. However, Sima Puhua missed a part. In fact, other than this, the new Prince Liang had exchanged many pleasantries with him, a second-level official. Now, Gao Tingshu, Fan Changho, and the other auspicious new officials probably did not know. Only the more experienced old officials of Yonghui knew that there was a big joke in the officialdom of Tai in city in the early years. It was that Bailiang had offered a group of warhorses from the Xinli ranch as a tribute. Sima Puhua was the vice director of the Ministry of Rights at the time. When he saw the memorial that said that the Bailiang warhorses were nearly 6 feet tall, he could not help but laugh. He immediately shared this anecdote with a large group of colleagues in the Ministry of Rights. Sima Puhua did not forget to comment, "Bailiang's warhorses are really big. They are comparable to our Tai and city's mules. The world is so big, there really are all kinds of strange things, and this Bailiang is the strangest." In the end, when the cold horses entered the capital, Sima Puhua, who had never held a blade in his life, finally understood that the height of a warhorse was not measured by the head of the horse, but only up to the back of the horse. Such a big joke caused Sima Puhua to be unable to raise his head for many years. However, as Sima Daren's official rank became higher and higher, he was rarely mentioned. He didn't expect that today, the young vassal king would open this scar again. He smiled and said to Minister Xianxia, "Minister Xianxia, I don't know if there is a 6-foot-tall dung mule in the capital. This king must see it, then this trip will not be in vain, right?" At the time, how could Sima Puhua reply? He could only lower his head and laugh dryly without speaking. Was he supposed to nod and say yes? The more the minister thought about it, the more sullen he felt. The old man, who had always thought of himself as good at maintaining his composure, unconsciously tightened his grip on the paperweight. Jiang Yongla had already started to consider whether or not he should ask for a leave of absence. If it really did not work, he would grit his teeth and fall down until his face was bruised and swollen. Jean Lanting finally spoke, but his words confused Jiang Yongla. "Minister Daren, this official's manor has just received a few cages of autumn crabs from the spring god lake. They are at their most plump and delicious. No matter if it is steamed or the locust tree salt, they are all good. When Daren is free, would you like to have a taste with this official?" The old minister made a sound of acknowledgement, and a smile appeared on his face. "I've heard that the high-ranking scholar, who is known as a genius in poetry, has recently composed a masterpiece of crab tasting that has spread throughout the capital. It can be called a masterpiece. There's wine, crab, and poetry. 3 or 2 good friends, how beautiful!" Jiang Yongla became the right assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights due to luck. However, he had been in the Ministry of Rights Yamen for a long time, where everyone beat around the bush and spoke in riddles. His cultivation was actually not bad. He was only slightly slower than the minister when he heard the hidden meaning behind Jean Lanting's words. In the poem that the old minister had mentioned about the new second-ranking scholar, Gao Tingshu, there was a line, "But I will coldly watch the crab and see how long you can rampage." However, Jiang Yongla immediately became worried again. This was the truth, but the urgent matter at hand was that the arrogant Northwest Big Crab was about to charge into the Ministry of Rights Yamen. "Sima Puhua, you have deep roots in Great Peace City, and you have the status of a minister. Jean Lanting was a favorite that the previous emperor had given to the current son of heaven. With the support of the emperor, the 2 of you can survive. But I, Jiang Yongla, am just a mediocre right assistant minister. If that vassal king really wants to fight, who else will they find if not me? I don't know how long that Su person can rampage, but I know that I will very likely have to leave the Ministry of Rights Yamen horizontally." Jean Lanting was the first to bid farewell and leave. Jiang Yongla wanted to speak but stopped. The old minister had already waved his hand at the right assistant minister to send him away. The dazed Jiang Yongla didn't even know how he left the room. He was in a daze in the corridor of the courtyard. It was different from the piercing sound of cicadas that filled the city in the summer. As autumn entered, the sound of cicadas gradually faded. According to the law, the Zhao family Yamen did not plant tall trees. At this time, it was late autumn, and not a single cicada sound could be heard in this courtyard. Jiang Yongla dejectedly leaned against the pillar. For some reason, he felt the cicadas were mournful. Chapter 1603. Although the Ministry of Rights and the Ministry of War were neighbors, they were not that close. To the officials of the Ministry of Rights, this was a blessing in disguise. Otherwise, if a dispute arose and a scholar met a soldier, one would use his mouth to reason and the other would use his fists to reason. Naturally, the latter would be more reasonable. As for the Ministry of War, these officials of the Ministry of Rights, who were of different ranks but were all scholars, were a bunch of embroidered pillows who were tired of looking at and could not even be beaten up to show their ability. Thus, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Rights had always been the two yamens that did not have anything to do with each other. However, with the decline of the two ministries and the rise of the other, the uncouth officials of the Ministry of War, who were used to only looking at the Ministry of Appointments, could not help but feel depressed. Similarly, in a few short years, 3 ministers had left. The Ministry of War had Gu Jiantang, Chen Jibao, and Lu Baijie. The Ministry of Rights had Li Gubai, Lu Daolin, and Yuanghua. However, the trend in the next few years was obvious. Even the position of minister in the Ministry of War was empty. Try the Ministry of Rights. If Sima Puhua suddenly died one day, wouldn't there be a powerful official to propose a candidate in the court the next day? What made the Ministry of War even more depressed was that the left assistant minister Su Gong was not even in the capital. He had been directly sent to Liaodong by the emperor. Only the right assistant minister, Tang Taishuang, who had been transferred from a local area, was left. He was an outsider who had never been an official in the capital. How could he make ends meet in the capital, where the roots were intertwined? In addition, even the people of the capital knew that Tang Taishuang was old Minister Gu's trusted subordinate. The previous minister, Lu Baijie, did not have the emperor's wishes. Although it was said to be a transfer, it was clearly a demotion to the Guangling circuit. It was not even the common promotion of an official outside the capital. Without a leader, the Ministry of War already had difficulty raising its head in the court. For the time being, the leader could not even protect himself. How could he obtain any benefits for his subordinates? The unfavorable situation of the Guangling circuit added fuel to the fire. The officials of the Ministry of War had become cowards overnight. These days were really King torturous. In this dangerous situation, Gao Tingshu and Kong Jinrong, the 2 juniors who had gone against the current, were the center of attention. Of these 2 young people who had risen to fame, Gao Tingshu was even more unrestrained and unrestrained. He was a scholar who had been born in the 1st grade. With the help of Jean Lanting and the others, his reputation for poetry gradually spread throughout the court. Previously, when the great pillar of the country, Gu Jiantang, returned to the capital and came to visit the Ministry of War Yamen, the scene of Gao Tingshu talking and laughing in front of the 2 ministers, Gu Jiantang and Lu Jinrong, was still vivid in people's minds. Gao Tingshu's meteoric rise was without a doubt. Now, it all depended on how many years he needed to accumulate his reputation and which new pavilion he would use as the next step to jump over the Dragon's Gate. Compared to Gao Tingshu, the taciturn Kong Jinrong was much more low-key. However, it was said that this young man from Bailiang was close to a certain prince in his early years. Even if he was not a hidden dragon, he was still a young dragon that should not be underestimated. Furthermore, Kong Jinrong and Yan Qiji were known to have an iron relationship. Huang Menlang was the emperor's brother-in-law. Unlike the other 5 ministries where the left and right assistant ministers did not live in the same room, the 2 assistant ministers of the Ministry of War had always lived in the same room. Even during Gu Lu's time, Minister Gu himself was no exception. Later on, when Chen Jibao became the minister of Shangshu, he had his own courtyard. Su Gong and Tang Tieshuang's 2 desks were on the left and right of the Ministry of War's main hall, facing each other. Right Assistant Minister Tang Taishuang was sitting behind the desk on the west side, dealing with government affairs. Occasionally, he would look up at the sky, ignoring the whispers of the many officials in the hall. The mobilization of the 7,000 soldiers of the 3 battalions of the Jingji Western Army was personally decided by Tang Taishuang. Now that the young king had swaggered into the capital, Anshi General Zhao Gui and Huqi officer Qi Changgong's men had become comical figures escorting the king. Not only would Tang Taishuang quickly become the laughingstock of the officialdom, but the entire Ministry of War would also become a disgrace. One could completely imagine the strange looks of the officials in the morning court tomorrow. As for the actual situation of the war in Liangmang, if Right Assistant Minister Tang Taishuang did not open his mouth, no one dared to talk about it. When it came to important matters of the military, in public, It was better to obediently practice silent meditation. Under the lead of a manager of the Department of Martial Selection, a few unfamiliar faces appeared in the main hall of the Ministry of War. Each of them walked like dragons and tigers. Even if they set foot on the Ministry of War's important grounds, they did not feel uncomfortable. Tang Tai Huang, who had the nickname of Cold Face King of Hell, smiled for the first time. He got up and strode toward those people. Without the need for introductions, he punched a burly man in the chest and laughed. "Old Dong, you guys, if you don't want to come, then don't come at all. If you want to come, then just come in a group. Did you guys make an appointment?" Those people were not wearing official robes. The middle-aged man called Old Dong by the right assistant minister curled his lips. "I know you are a poor ghost. If we came one by one to find you, can you afford to treat us to wine?" A burly man next to the man surnamed Dong joked. "Assistant Minister, your Ministry of War's yamen is really hard to enter. It's like guarding against thieves." Tang Tai Huang glared at the man who spoke without thinking, and then smiled. "Let's talk outside. I'll take you guys around." The officials in the room were all confused. They had never heard of the Ministry of War's transfer order to promote people from the Liao border army to become officials in the capital. The assistant minister of the Department of Carriage, Kong Jinrong, was not working in the main hall of the Ministry of War. He just happened to be looking for a doctor to report on a military matter. After seeing this scene, he was only a little surprised, but he did not think too much about it. He waited for Assistant Minister Tang to take his people away before walking out of the hall. Suddenly being called, Kong Jinrong stopped and turned his head to look. It was Gao Tingshu, who had just been promoted from manager of the Department of Martial Selection to assistant minister. The two of them had never interacted before. Kong Jinrong did not know what this person of the same age who was more famous than many assistant ministers in the capital wanted. He asked calmly, "Sir Gao, is something the matter?" The imposing Gao Tingshu smiled and said, "I heard that Brother Kong likes to collect military books. Not long ago, I happened to pick up a copy of the Tiger Seal Classic. Frankly speaking, if I had to part with it and give it to Brother Kong, I would be very reluctant. However, if Brother Kong could borrow it for a year or so, I would still be very happy." If it had been when he had just left Baoyang and entered the capital, Kong Jinrong would have punched him without a word. If it had been 1 or 2 years ago, Kong Jinrong would not have let the second-place scholar finish speaking and immediately turned around. But now, Kong Jinrong calmly waited for Gao Tingshu to finish speaking. He shook his head and said with a smile, "I am a coarse and boorish man, but I have been in the capital for a long time. I have heard that between scholars, borrowing a book is like giving a wife, giving a book is like giving a concubine. Therefore, books can be given, but books cannot be borrowed." "What? Does Brother Gao want to break the rules?" Gao Tingshu was stunned for a moment and then laughed heartily. "Brother Kong is really a wonderful person. Fine. If you want to give me a book, then I will give you a book. I will also puff myself up at my own cost. Tomorrow, I will personally bring the book to Brother Kong's house. I hope Brother Kong will reward me with a few cups of wine for the sake of my sacrifice." Kong Jinrong grinned and said, "Reciting poems and couplets is killing me. As for drinking wine, I am good at it. I am only afraid that Brother Gao's alcohol tolerance is average and it will not be enough for you to enjoy yourself." Gao Tingshu laughed loudly. Gao Tingshu had no intention of leaving immediately. Instead, he walked with Kong Jinrong and said in a low voice, "Brother Kong, do you know the identities of those 3 people?" Kong Jinrong shook his head. Gao Tingshu moved closer and his voice was also lower. "I know a little and have guessed a little." Kong Jinrong said softly, "I would like to hear the details." Chapter 1604. Gao Tingshu did not pretend to be profound and kept him in suspense. He slowly said, "Yongzhou Provincial Governor Tianzong, Yangzhou Deputy General Dong Gong Huang, and Qingzhou Navy Governor Wei Dong. It seems that the court has the intention of adding an assistant minister to our Ministry of War to deal with military affairs in the capital. Simply put, it is to take back some military power from some of the generals of the 4 towns and 4 levels. If nothing goes wrong, Dong Gong Huang will take up this position. Although it is only a promotion from the lower 3rd rank, It is still a promotion from the second-in-command of the local army to the assistant minister of the Ministry of War who is in charge of the military in the capital. As for provincial governor Tianzong, he will most likely be transferred to the position of assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice that Han Lin left behind. However, we all know the situation of Minister Liu of the Ministry of Justice. Tianzong's future is great, not inferior to official Dong, and may even be better. As for Wei Dong, who was supposed to stay in the Qingzhou Navy and assist Chen Zhibao, suddenly left Guangling, and what position he will take. After all, there is no seat in Tian City suitable for a Navy general to sit in. I cannot understand. Kong Zhenrong thought for a moment and said, perhaps he came to the Ministry of War and the court. He will definitely be promoted, but he will quickly return to Guangling Road and become the governor of the Guangling Navy. At the same time, he may take on his old position. Gao Tingshu thought seriously and then nodded. He smiled and said, that is indeed the case. Brother Kong is wise. This assistant minister of the department for purging officials did not let Kong Zhenrong see that his hand instantly clenched and unclenched. The two chatted about some unimportant matters of the Ministry of War. Gao Tingshu, who rarely had time to rest, said that he needed to return to his room to deal with government affairs. In the corridor, two young men of similar age and rank walked with their backs to each other. After Gao Tingshu had walked for a while, he turned his head to look at the tall figure. When he turned his head again, he said to himself, oh, so he is not really stupid. Kong Zhenrong did not turn around, his face expressionless. This young man, who had been sternly reprimanded by his father last night and was not allowed to go to the Demoyai post station, the assistant minister of the Department of Transportation with a bright future, rubbed his face hard. Brother Yen. The four brothers of the past. Yen had become the uncle of the emperor. Just as he had wished when he was young, he had peacefully started to study. I, Kong Wuqi, will also be an official. He and I are still brothers. Li Hanlin, who used to be the most afraid of death, was now the commandant of the crossbowmen outside the Liangzhou Pass. I'll follow you into battle to kill the enemy. You're still brothers. I just want to know, are we still brothers with you? Brother Nyen, I've collected more than 60 sets of military books for you in Great P City. Are you still willing to take them? Just as Gao Tingshu and Kong Zhenrong had said and thought, Tianzong, Wei Dong, Dong Gong, and Huang Rong had bypassed the Ministry of War's review and quietly entered the capital. Their path of promotion in the officialdom was just like that. Tang Tai Huang took the three of them for a stroll. He didn't talk about any national affairs or military affairs. He only talked about some trivial local customs. He didn't even mention their mutual benefactor, the great pillar of the country, Gu Jianting, the Yongzhou provincial governor, Tianzong. Back then, when the old southern Tang was destroyed, he took the first credit for crossing the river. The deputy general of Yang province, Dong Gong Huang, was the same as Tianzong. He did not follow the general into the capital, but stayed in the local area. When he took office, he beat the third young master of the Gumusu family to death and married the daughter of the Jiangnanyu family. Wei Dong, who had become in-laws with the current Qingzhou provincial governor, had a close relationship with the assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Wen Taiyi, and the Qingzhou general Hong Lingshu, who had entered the capital earlier than them. If one added on Kai Nan, who was already the Huai provincial governor, and the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Tang Tai Huang, who stood beside the three of them, it was enough to make the officials of the capital, who saw this scene and thought of this, feel a thick chill. Gu Lu was gone, but Gu Jiantang still controlled the largest Liang border army in the Liang dynasty. Unlike Su Xiao, Gu Jiantang had entered the Ministry of War alone. His old subordinates had been scattered long ago. But other than these four people with high authority, there were many other trusted subordinates who had not surfaced. Tang Tai Huang suddenly fell silent. The previous emperor of Liang had scattered the Gu generals. The current emperor had gathered the old Gu generals and brought them into the capital. It could not be said which of the two emperors was more skillful. It just depended on the time. Solving the problem of Bailiang was equivalent to completing half of the great cause of removing the vassals. Then, after cleaning up the forces left behind by the Gu generals, wouldn't it also complete half of the task of suppressing the local generals? What really made Tang Taizhuang sad but would not reveal anything was not that the emperor wanted to use them to control the old civil officials of Zhonglu, nor was it the emperor's intention to use them to intimidate and, to a certain extent, cut off the old officials of Yonghui and the new officials of Xiangfu. It was that in the early years, they could exchange lives on the battlefield. Among the old brothers, perhaps other than Old Dong, Tianzong and Wei Dong were all pleasantly surprised by this promotion. They were far more worried about the general situation. Tang Taizhuang quickly returned to normal and smiled. This was the imperial court. This was the human heart. They knew that it was lonely at the top, but people still walked to the top. The many generals on the territory of Liang, from Yang Shenxing and Yan Zhenxuan, to him, Tang Taizhuang, had become chess pieces casually played by someone. The civil officials did not have it easy either. Zhang Julu's departure and Qi Yanglong's arrival was a complete change. Following Liu Baijie, who had vaguely become the leader of the Gangnamdu scholars, went south, Su Gong was also hidden at the border. The northern scholars, led by the Prung family of Liaodong, began to rise. Now, the Green Party, which had fallen apart, showed signs of recovery. The incomparably high arrogance of the Jiangnan tycoons in the past 2 years was immediately extinguished. There was also Yao Bai. The likes of Feng firmly occupied a place in the center. The chessboard, which was originally divided into different camps, was completely messed up. The only thing that was not messed up was the chess player behind the scenes. There was order in the chaos. Tang Taizhuang did not know about this chess game. Among the previous emperor, the current emperor, Zhang Julu and Yuan Benshi, Tang Taizhuang could not tell who contributed more and who put in more effort. But, among the few chess players, except for the one surnamed Zhao, what happened to them? Then, Tang Taizhuang thought of a young man and smiled happily. A chess piece that was placed in a tight position could actually disgust the chess player one day. Strange. How delightful. The lobby of the Ministry of War, where Tang Taizhuang was temporarily absent, was completely in an uproar after hearing a piece of news. There was a confrontation at the Demoyai post house. Gao Tingshu muttered, "It's a pity that we can't kill people." But, a king who relied on his strength accidentally drowned in Jianghu. It's reasonable, right? As time went by, the Ministry of Rights, Ministry of Works, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Revenue, Ministry of Appointments, and Zhaozhouan were all boiling with excitement. Then, there were the 2 provinces under the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the Imperial College, the Hanlin Academy, and the 6 post houses. Among them, Huan Wen and Zhao Yuling coincidentally gave the word nonsense. However, Tantanon said that the young king's behavior did not match his status, while Master Zhao was annoyed that his youngest son, Zhao Wenwei, went to the Demoyai post to watch the show. Only the head of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, Qi Yanglong, was indifferent and turned a deaf ear to it. The old man held the poetry book that was listed as a forbidden book by the imperial court in one hand and read it with great interest. From time to time, he grabbed a few peanuts from the small plate on the table and ate them with great interest. In the unsigned poetry book, the scholar surnamed Zhang, who had never entered Jianghu in his life, could write such wanton poems as, "I have a 3-foot sword in the box. Where there is a flood dragon, I slay the flood dragon." He could also write such graceful poems as, "I hope to see a white head in old age." The plate was empty. As for the person who wrote the poem, he was already dead. The old man was disappointed. In a majestic hall in the imperial palace, there was no court meeting at this time, and there were no accompanying eunuchs, but a young man in a dragon robe was sitting on the dragon throne. In the empty and quiet hall, the emperor sat in the north and faced the south. He said in a voice that only he could hear, "Do you know, as long as Dong Zhuo and 200,000 people die in Beimang, and 100,000 more people die in Beiliang, then the world will be peaceful and prosperous." Chapter 1605. When Su Fengnian leisurely took a step forward, the sleeves of his black and gold embroidered robe swayed lightly. Not far away, Li Haoran, the first disciple of Qi Jiajie, who carried the famed sword 8 Sweet Dew, and was said to be a northern sword expert with 8 swords of the finger-profound realm, did not move at all. The spectators on the 2 sides of the Demoyai courier station couldn't help but praise Li Haoran inside. No wonder he was a young grandmaster that could establish himself in Great Peace City. Even when facing one of the 4 great grandmasters, Su Fengnian, he could still be so calm. No wonder in the mysterious Jianghu of Jing, many elders said that Li Haoran could reach Mr. Qi's level in martial arts in less than 10 years. He might have a chance to reach the top of the sword forest in his lifetime and see the scenery of the sword in the eyes of Li Chungang, Dong Tai, and the others. The layman watched the spectacle, the expert watched the skill. The youth, holding the blade who had regained his youth, couldn't help but snort. This Li brat was not confident, he was scared silly. More accurately, he was not scared silly, but did not dare to move. Su Fengnian's steps seemed ordinary, but it was an invitation to battle. His spirit had spread to the entire street. The targets of the invitation included the 3 of them, Zhao Go, and some of the hidden people in the buildings on the 2 sides of the street. So the meaning of this step was very simple. Since they had come to the Demoyai courier station, then they were all guests. The king of Bailiang was wealthy and could afford to entertain them. Unfortunately, Li Haoran was not among them. Li Haoran, who was the closest to Su Fengnian, knew his own difficulties. He was not a master in the Xianfinger realm, but he could use many types of Xianfinger sword. His perception of qi was quite keen. Logically speaking, when encountering a strong enemy, the 8 sweet nectar in the scabbard, which was connected to its master, should be eager to give it a try. However, not only did the long sword in the scabbard not show off its power, it was like a tortoise hiding in its shell, lifeless. It was to the extent that the man and the sword were separated from each other, as if they were separated by yin and yang. Li Haoran was extremely talented and had practiced the sword for many years. His path of martial arts cultivation had been smooth sailing. Whether it was the annual exchange of pointers with his master, Qi Jiajie, or when the Tangxi sword with Lu Baijie was sent to the capital to become an official, he had never encountered such a thing when he went outside the city to greet her with his sword under Qi Jiajie's instructions. At this moment, Li Haoran finally understood something. Whether it was his master, who had high hopes for him, or the Tangxi sword fairy, Lu Baijie, who had an extraordinary bearing, they both took pity on the junior swordsman, so they never did their best. The crippled old man's face was solemn. He asked the Qi Refinement Grandmaster, other than Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue Sword Pool, are there other experts nearby? The Qi Refinement Grandmaster, whose strength had skyrocketed to the level of great celestial phenomenon, said bitterly, other than the 3 of us, I only sensed 6 other auras from the king of Bailiang. 4 of them were in this inn, while the other 2 were not here. It's similar to you. Other than Chai Qingshan, I don't know the identities of the other 5 people. If not for the Su Fengnian's invitation to battle in such a manner, I wouldn't have discovered their existence earlier. The crippled old man frowned and said, all the master and senior grandmasters in the capital have already approached the palace and the imperial astronomer. It's still reasonable that the old master of the Wu family's sword tomb came to watch the battle today because he's living in seclusion in the city. But who are those 5 people? At this point, the crippled old man couldn't help but look around. His face was full of disbelief. He sighed and said, a total of 5 people. 5 great grandmasters who are difficult to distinguish between friend and foe. If 1 or 2 of them were to fight, wouldn't the capital be in a mess? Suddenly, the crippled old man and the number 1 Qi Refinement Grandmaster in the north looked at each other. They could see the intense fear in each other's eyes. At the same time, they thought of a terrifying possibility. What if one of the 5 people was Chao Chongqing, and what if the arrival of the Great Guanzi was a tacit agreement between the Bailiang and West Chu, and the other 3 chose to watch from the sidelines? Originally, with the strong foundation of Great Peace City, in these 20 years, other than the martial Emperor City, Wang Xianji might not have been able to stop it. Even Chao Chongqing would not have been able to do as he wished. Although Han Shengxian, Master Lu Hao, and Qi Jiajie were no longer here, this meant that the palace city, the imperial city, the inner city, and the outer city of the 4 cities of Great Peace City, except for the crippled old man who was responsible for guarding the outer city as usual, had all lost their most important people guarding the city. However, the great grandmaster of the Wu family's sword tomb, Wu Jian, could be said to have replaced Master Lu Hao. Together with the concealment talisman matrix strengthened by generations of Daoist masters of Longhu Mountain, and the Saint Zhang of the Yenxing Gong Fu carefully created with the help of the two scholars Yuan Benxi and Xie Guaning, Zhao Go dared to guarantee the emperor that if the new martial emperor Su Fengnian entered the palace alone, he would only be able to enter and not leave. However, at that time, how many people would be affected, whether it would be 1,000, 2,000, or more? Zhao Go didn't dare to pat his chest. However, when Su Fengnian had an additional great-grandmaster of the same realm beside him, and the northern Qi cultivators in Great Peace City were all dead or injured, the two matrices were weakened a lot. If Wu Jian of the Wu family's sword tomb was not willing to fight to the death to stop them, the consequences would be unimaginable. The young man with the saber stretched out his hand to hold the handle of the short saber on his back and sneered, "What can you do? Whatever. This time I will take the lead." When the crippled old man was about to say something, the young man with the appearance of Zhao Go had already started to rush forward. He was not in a hurry to unsheath his saber. He leaned his body forward and ran forward. Every step was like a dragonfly skimming the water, extremely light and agile. Nobody knew when the young lord in the eye-catching python robe had already stood beside Li Haoran, who had been as still as a mountain. They stood side by side. One of them faced the street, the other faced the gate of the Maui post house. In the blink of an eye, everyone only felt a forced daze. They found that the nameless young man with the saber seemed to be stupidly standing in front of the young lord. He still maintained the posture of holding the saber, and the blade was only half unsheathed. The spectators who were looking forward to a genuine peak battle were completely baffled. Chapter 1606. Not long ago, that bastard called Wu Laifu managed to pull out a whole saber from the king of Bailiang. When it was your turn, you rushed forward like a dog. Why did you suddenly stop in front of the king of Bailiang? You're not one of those Jianghu women who yearn for the prince of northern Liang. Why are you standing there like a wooden chicken? Why are you standing there dumbstruck? Both sides of the street suddenly booed and jeered. Outside the Demoyai post house, except for the crippled old man and the Qi cultivator guru, those who could see the depth of the situation did not go to the window to join in the fun. As for those brave women who snatched the feng shui treasure and wanted to take a look, what they wanted to see was the kind of exciting fight that could turn the world upside down. Almost no one noticed that the hand of the handsome young man holding the saber was already badly mutilated. Especially the palm that was close to the hilt, the white bones could be seen. The sleeve of the arm holding the saber was also torn to pieces. Zhao Go, who was facing the young king, had blood oozing out of the corner of his mouth. His face was ferocious and showed disbelief and unwillingness. Li Haoran, who said, "If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy moves, I won't move," was sweating profusely. He only heard the king of Bailiang laughing and saying to that person, "I know you have a trump card, but the reason why you're still alive now," this Zhao Go, who said, "You can't judge a book by its cover," instantly removed all his disguises. At this moment he looked down in a daze. Half of a slightly slender arm pierced through his chest. The arm was slowly pulled back. Zhao Go, who was numb to killing, turned his head with difficulty. He only saw an old mink hat, a delicate face, and the girl was still eating half of a scallion pancake. Killing people and eating pancakes. He knew her. Zhao Go had a vague record in a top-secret file. Outside Xiangfan City, Qingzhou, she killed the assassin of Wang Mingyin, the world's 11th. She was a lunatic who had blocked Wang Xianji from entering the cold several times alone. The killer died because of a killer. Su Fengnian casually reached out and pushed the corpse away. Seeing the large mink hat that covered her eyes, he helped her lift it up and then gently pressed it down. Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If you're really worried, you can just stand behind me. You don't have to do anything. Yes, just a little further away." She didn't say anything. She walked 10 steps behind Su Fengnian with a straight face. Su Fengnian turned to look at the girl helplessly. She reluctantly flew toward the dragon claw scholar outside the post house and sat on a branch, rubbing her arm against the branch. Su Fengnian exhaled softly, looked into the distance, and said in a clear voice, "Chao Chongqing, Chen Jibao, Dong Tai, Xinyuan Qingfeng, which one of you wants to go first?" Half of the city could hear it. Li Haoran swallowed his saliva and asked carefully, "Your Highness, should I move aside?" Su Fengnian smiled and said, "It's fine. You just have to stand behind me." The crippled old man said in a low voice, "We can go now." The Qi Refinement Grandmaster nodded with some regret. The two of them disappeared in a flash. They couldn't afford to get involved in this mess. There were only a handful of people in the world who could. The fact that Zhao Guo's colleague didn't draw his saber was equivalent to Su Fengnian telling them a cruel truth. Below heavenly phenomenon, one move was all it took. The Qi Refinement Grandmaster didn't want to use his life to prove that, below land immortals, one move was all it took. In a certain restaurant, a green-robed Confucian smiled and poured himself a cup of wine. The white-robed man across the street frowned. The white-robed man sitting at the table next to him wanted to say something but stopped. The purple-robed woman on the city wall of Great Peace City hesitated for a moment. Then, she flew on the roof as if she was walking on flat ground. From the south of the city to the Xiamawi post house, there was a sudden clap of thunder. The youth from the Dongyue sword pool, Song Tinglu, blushed and said angrily, "Master, this guy is too arrogant. Why didn't he include you?" The young girl with many swords on her back covered her mouth and laughed. She was siding with the outsiders. Chai Qingshan said with melancholy, "Since Master didn't draw his sword in Wudong Town, then he doesn't have the right to draw his sword in this lifetime. There's nothing to be angry about. Tinglu, if you feel that it's not worth it for Master, then practice the sword diligently. Don't slack off. On the path of martial arts, talent alone won't last forever." The young girl made a face, adding insult to injury. The youth snorted coldly. At the window of the inn, the old head of the Wu family sword tomb scolded jokingly, "This kid." An old man in the room reminded with a sharp voice, "Don't forget your duty." This person was the eunuch from the ceremony directorate who had announced the edict to the king of Bailiang. Wu Jian didn't turn around. He retracted his smile. The eunuch who didn't wear the red python robe subconsciously took a step back. Wu Jian's tone was indifferent. "The king of Shu and I are here to watch the battle to ensure that Chao Chongqing won't take the opportunity to go to the palace. Don't push your luck." The north-south Imperial Street had a strict hierarchy. A man who was leading a donkey could only obediently walk on the outermost Imperial Road. When he saw a young swordsman jogging quickly, he shouted, "Young man, can I borrow your sword?" The young man who was rushing to the Demoyai post house to watch the battle said impatiently, "Why?" The middle-aged man bargained, "Because I'm Dong Tai." The young swordsman was stunned at first, then laughed and said, "Get lost. You're Dong Tai? Do you really think you're the peach blossom sword god just because you're leading the donkey? I'm the king of Bailiang. Brother, why don't we exchange blows here?" The man with the donkey sighed, "Young people nowadays." The young man stared and said, "What? You don't agree?" The man patted the back of the old donkey. "Old friend, wait a moment, I'll be back soon. I'll use this sword to greet Chao Chongqing. Take it as me saying goodbye to him." In a flash, all the swordsmen who carried swords from the south gate of Great Peace City to the Demoyai post house, no matter if they were male or female, old or young, whether they carried a sword or carried a sword, whether it was long or short. Thousands of people, there was an unremarkable middle-aged man standing next to them, holding a sword that they didn't know when they had unsheathed it. Chao Chongqing finally put down his wine cup and stood. A purple streak of light shot straight towards Shima Wei post house, crashing towards Su Fengnian. It seemed like it would not stop until one of them was dead. Chapter 1607. In front of the Imperial College, a dozen new steles had been erected not long ago. The steles were engraved with the Confucian classics that had been hand-copied by the Hanlin Academy recently. They were for the scholars and scholars of the world to study and proofread. The capital was in an uproar. Not to mention the civil officials, even the old noble members of the imperial family who were not literate came one after another to show their respect for literature. Two middle-aged Confucians rode a carriage to the Imperial College's memorial arch probably because the sun was high in the sky. There were not many students who came to copy the classics. However, when the two squeezed in front of a stone stele, they still had to wait for almost an hour. They looked at each other and smiled. A young man squatted under the stele with a small table in front of him. His clothes were shabby. It was unknown whether he was a scholar from outside the city or a scholar who had failed the imperial examinations and stayed in the capital to wait for the next spring examination of the Ministry of Rites. The set of 4 treasures of the study on the table must have cost him a lot of traveling expenses. One of the middle-aged Confucian scholars bent down to look at the young scholar with great interest, admiring the young scholar who was bending over the table and writing at a rapid speed. The young man dipped a little in the ink each time and wrote very quickly, presumably to save money. However, his strokes were still meticulous and beautiful. The bent Confucian nodded slightly. His companion did not look at the stele or the person. He reached out to cover his forehead and looked at the distant sky. The young scholar was not distracted. Occasionally he would put down his brush and rub his wrist. He never raised his head, so he did not notice the 2 senior scholars beside him. However, even if the young man looked carefully, he would not be able to recognize them. After lowering his head and staring for a long time, the Confucian with a mutton-fat jade pendant at his waist finally straightened his back. He moved lightly and walked behind the young man. Intentionally or unintentionally, he blocked the poor scholar's white clothes from the scorching sun. Then he asked softly, "Mr. Xie, are they all here?" The man called Mr. Xie did not stop until he was shocked to death. He nodded and said, "They are all here. However, there are not many who truly stand on Su Fengyan's side. Other than Su Yanbing, there are only the white-clothed Luo Yang and the red-robed woman." Dong Tai only wanted to take advantage of the fact that Chao Changqing was courting his own death. Both sides would definitely not overdo it. As for Chao Changqing's trip to the capital this time, it was probably to say a few last words to Su Fengyan. Otherwise, given Chao Changqing's temper in the past, he would not have quietly entered the capital. Therefore, the emperor had respectfully invited the sage duke to come. With Wu Jian and Chai Qingshan's interference, as well as Yao Jin, Han, and Zhao Go, even if Su Fengyan was determined to rebel, it would be very difficult. Also, Su Fengyan came to the capital without permission this time because he wanted to lift the ban on the transport of grain. Actually, there is no need to make a fuss in great and city. This is something that can be discussed at a table and 2 stools. The Confucian scholar standing behind the young scholar said calmly, "It seems that Mr. Xie has neglected to mention His Highness King of Shu." Mr. Xie smiled slightly and said, "Compared to the Sage Duke, I am too lazy to play dumb." The present Sage Duke's brows were filled with haze and seemed to be angry. He steadied his emotions and said in a low voice, "Does Mr. Xie want Bailiang and the imperial court to be destroyed so that the King of Shu, whom Mr. Xie is assisting, can take advantage of the situation?" Xie Guanyin, who was at the top of the chart on the land, dismissed it with a smile. He put away his hand and turned to look at the sage duke who was worried about the country and the people. There is the loyal Gu Jiantang who has hundreds of thousands of Liao elites and Zhao Bing's Nanjiang army watching. How can the king of Shu take advantage of the situation? As though he knew that it was not a good thing to completely anger the sage duke, Xie Guanyin did not provoke him. He sighed and said, "To be honest, I did not agree to the king of Shu going north to the capital from Guangling Circuit. Once he enters the capital, if Su Fengyan goes crazy and wants to kill, will you, Chen Zhibao, protect him or not? If you stand by and do nothing, the world will be disappointed. If you stop him, there is no benefit. You have already been the Minister of War. Now you are the King of Shu. Even if you get the title of Pillar of the State, which will not increase the number of soldiers, there is no benefit. At this time, people like Lu Xingxiang and Tang Taizuang can stand out. Chen Zhibao, Gu Jiantang, and the King of Yen are the cicada, the mantis, or the oriole. There is only a fine line between them. It is obvious who is more patient will benefit more." The sage duke frowned. Xie Guanyin laughed softly and said, "Since the fall of the Qin dynasty, there are only 2 kinds of people who do not care who the world follows. The first is the people who can only resign themselves to fate. The second is the people in the sage duke's mansion with the surname Zhang. Even if the world is turned upside down, the sage duke is still the sage duke. Did you not see the end of Dragon Tiger Mountain? There are only a few purple and gold lotuses left of the banishing immortal lotus bestowed by the celestial. The sage duke said with emotion, the change of prosperity and decline is the general trend. But in between, I hope fewer people will die, especially fewer scholars. Xie Guaniying said with slight sarcasm, so you went to Guangling River to see Chao Chongqing? So what? Did Chao Guanzi listen to you? Duke Yanxing, oh Duke Yanxing, a scholar is a scholar, but don't forget that there is also the word human. Humans have 7 emotions and 6 desires. Even the immortals in the Daoist classics can't achieve true immortality. A scholar can't always be a scholar. Sun Ping and Zhang Julu put down their books and walked into the temple. One died young, the other could not keep his integrity. There was a scholar called Xianyuan Jingcheng who was trapped by love and did not walk out of Mount Hui until his death. Chao Chongqing was not much better. He never really walked out of the palace of West Chu in his life. What sage duke, what Chao Guanzi, he was just a chess piece waiting for the imperial order. The sage duke shook his head and said, Mr. Chao is not as bad as you say. Xie Guaniying, who was called by his name for the first time, was indifferent. He sneered, he can't even let go of a woman who died so many years ago. How can he be invincible? Playing chess, playing chess, playing chess. In the end, he played himself as a pitiful piece on the chessboard. What a joke! The sage of the Zhang family looked at this bowl-bearer and shook his head at him. Xie Guaniying laughed and left. The sage duke stood in place and murmured, Mister, you can predict the future of the world. You saved the people from fire and water. When the country is in danger, you might as well die first. You, Xie Guaniying, are just a scholar who wants to write history with your own hands. Just a scholar. The sage of the Zhang family turned around and looked at the steels. He was speechless for a long time. The scrivener breathed heavily. His wrist finally could not bear the soreness. Then he realized the shadow and turned to look at the strange scholar standing behind him. The sage duke smiled at him and asked, If you don't mind, can I copy a paragraph for you? The scrivener hesitated for a moment as if he had made a very difficult choice. Finally he nodded. The sage duke rolled up his sleeves and took the pen from the young man who stood up shakily. He sat down cross-legged and began to write. Hanshi squatted down again and tilted his head to look at it. He felt relieved. At first glance, this senior's handwriting didn't show any elegance. It was well behaved. Although it didn't make people feel that it was a work of art, it didn't make people's eyes light up either. But over time, it made the young man feel a sense of justice and peace. Chapter 1608. But seeing this senior sitting upright and still write 100 characters at a moderate pace, the young man was a bit anxious. He reminded in a small voice, Sir, can you write a bit faster? Duke Yanxing nodded and smiled, Okay. Seeing that he really did speed up, the young man who was worried that the ink stick would not be enough to finish copying the inscriptions let out a sigh of relief. But after that person wrote another 200 characters, the young man could only thicken his skin and say, Sir, Duke Yanxing said apologetically, I know, faster. As time went on, the young man started to get anxious again. But it did not happen more than 3 times. He really did not have the face to nag this kind senior scholar. But today he had finally managed to get a place to copy the inscriptions. He might not be so lucky tomorrow. The capital had a night ban. Only those who were close to the water pavilion could do it. Only those who were from the Imperial College could make the government turn a blind eye and let them copy the inscriptions in the night. And even if he was lucky enough to study at the Imperial College, he really did not want to spend money on lamp oil. So, he could only get a place under the hot sun. Although he did not raise his head, he seemed to have sensed the young man's anxiety. The scholar wrote as he said, It really cannot be faster. The young man probably had nothing left to lose. He gritted his teeth and smiled, Sir, there is no rush. That middle-aged Confucian scholar seemed to have taken advantage of the situation and said in a serious tone, Writing and writing, reading and studying, these are all things that take a lifetime to do. Slow down and be more solid, then you will be able to see results. The young man whose legs were numb sat on the ground. After hearing the somewhat sour scholar's words, he could not help but laugh. Sir is right. Duke Yensheng did not take his eyes off the inscriptions. As he wrote, he smiled and asked, "Listening to your accent, you are from Bailiang?" The young man made a sound of acknowledgement and said softly, "I come from Yanji County in Yuzhou. I failed the examination." Duke Yensheng continued to ask, "What, you did not find Sir Chen or Sir Yen of Dongyuan Pavilion? Or you can find the Imperial College's left chancellor, Sir Yao. These are all important figures from Bailiang. It is said that they have taken great care of the scholars of Bailiang." The young man said frankly, "It's not that I haven't thought about it. It's just that I can't enter the Imperial College. As for the Grand Secretary's mansion and Chen Xiaobao's home, it would probably be even more difficult. Everyone in the capital said that the Prime Minister's concierge was a 7th-ranked official. I was a thin-skinned person. I was afraid that I wouldn't even dare to knock on the door after walking for more than a dozen li. Besides, if I have the time to go back and forth, I might as well copy more scriptures." Duke Yensheng smiled and said, "From what you said, he doesn't seem to be an impatient person." But the young man said awkwardly, "I'm always thinking that I can write faster so that I can use less ink. We are not like you scholars in the capital who pay attention to thick ink, thin ink, withered brush and thirsty brush. Like my fellow countrymen who study hard in Bailiang, they dip their fingers in the water by the stream and write on the limestone. To the ground with a reed pole to write. In the winter, in the snow, holding a broom can also be used to write. Hey, in the capital, even if it is snowing at my place, there is still some snow in front of the door. Early in the morning, every house has to clean it up." Duke Yensheng smiled knowingly and half-jokingly said, "You said that the people in the capital pay attention to a lot of things. Then I really have to tell you something. No matter if it is the metropolitan examination or the palace examination, writing requires a lot of knowledge. For example, when the Song father and son presided over the imperial examination in the early years, there was a difference in the rankings between articles written in the Song style or not. As for the next imperial examination in the spring, if nothing goes wrong, the Minister of Rights, Sima Pihua, and the left assistant minister, Jean Lanting, will be in charge. Among them, Sima Pihua's writing was previously ignored. After he became the Minister of Rights, naturally, it became more widespread. Although it is not easy to copy, it is not too difficult either. Remember, there is no big mistake in using regular script. As to that Jean Third Lang, he is proud and arrogant. He is not interested in writing at all. Even a hawker selling Tonghulu in the capital dared to say that he had seen 7 or 8 of them. The young man was not surprised by the kind words of a Confucian scholar. He gratefully said, "This student will remember." Duke Yensheng nodded and said, "It is very good that you are not pedantic. You cannot be a scholar." The young person couldn't help but laugh again. Duke Yensheng suddenly asked, "In the last palace examination, there seemed to be no scholars from Bailiang?" The young person made a sound of acknowledgement and did not speak. Great Peace City was well aware of the inside story. One reason was that the Liyang Imperial Court had limited the number of scholars from Bailiang in the imperial examination. The other reason was that in the last imperial examination, the new king of Liang had succeeded in inheriting the throne. The refusal to accept the imperial edict had made things difficult for the imperial court. If the scholars of Bailiang wanted to stand out, they did not have the right time, place, and people. The young person thought and grimaced. Of the 5 people who came to Jing together, 4 of them went back at the beginning of this spring. The lower Majipo station will give travel expenses for the scholars of Bailiang who have fallen behind. So the 4 of them gave the rest of their money to me. In reality, their morals are not any worse than mine." Duke Yensheng was puzzled. "Why did they go back? You will have a much smoother time in the next imperial examination. Even if you did not know this, the 5 of you came thousands of li to Jing. Why didn't you try? Also, wasn't Bailiang going to war at the time?" The young person grinned and said, "That is why we went back." Duke Yensheng stopped writing and was deep in thought. He turned and asked, "If I may ask, how is your king of Bailiang?" The young person said self-mockingly, "I am a poor scholar. In Bailiang, other than 2 county magistrates, I have never seen any high officials. I do not dare to comment on the good or bad of the king." Duke Yansheng returned the brush to the scholar of Bailiang. The two switched places. This time, the young person was not in a hurry to write. He looked at the stone steal close to him and then turned to the scholar whose identity he could not guess. "Teacher, do you know how many stone steals we have in Bailiang? Maybe one day, there will be more than all the stone steals in the Imperial College. I am staying here not because I am afraid of death, but because I am afraid that there will only be Bailiang people like Jean Lanting in the Imperial Court. I am afraid that all of Liang will think that we Bailiang scholars are all as bad as Jean Lanting. I have been weak and sickly since I was young. If I go to the battlefield to kill the enemy, I am afraid that I will only become a Baimang barbarian. But if I stay here, maybe I can only say this to you today, but maybe one day, even if Bailiang is gone, I can still say this to 100 or 1,000 teachers." Duke Yansheng did not say anything else. He stood up and walked a few steps. He turned to look at the thin back of the young Bailiang scholar. This young person who had urged the scholar twice to write faster would never have thought that there could be a few or even a dozen emperors in the world at the same time. But for 800 years, or even 1,000 years later, there was only one saint of the Zhang family, Duke Yansheng, from generation to generation. At this time, the young person who was focused on copying the book did not notice that there were thousands of students gathered at the gate of the Imperial College. They were all staring dumbfoundedly at him chatting with the unknown scholar. Under the restrictions of the officials of the Imperial College, no one dared to cross the gate and disturb Duke Yansheng. On this day, the current Duke Yansheng left the capital. Chapter 1609. Thank you for your monthly tickets. Let's end this together. Thank you again for chasing me all the way to this day, because you have it even harder than me. Xianyuan Qingfeng came so quickly that when she crashed into Su Fengyan, many of the Jianghu people watching from the rooftops seemed to see a purple line stretching from the south of the city to the street of Xiamawi Post Station. The purple line started out faintly and then deepened until it was a thick purple. This female leader of the Jianghu world also caused a great commotion when she flew past a small part of Great Peace City. She flew so quickly that she created a long string of thunder on the rooftops of the tall buildings. Everyone first saw the purple, then heard the thunder. Huishanzi on the large planes quickly fell from the roof of a restaurant into the street, heading straight for the black gold embroidered robe with 9 pythons and 5 claws. There was a loud bang on the street. With the embroidered robe and Z as the center, the fallen leaves that had not been swept clean in time did not drift to the sides of the street as everyone expected. Instead, they went against common sense and first spun on the ground. Then they were suddenly pulled up and flew towards the two people who had crashed into each other. Then, they instantly turned to dust when they were 30 to 40 feet away from the center of the circle. On the street, there was a withered yellow parasol leaf that had just fallen from a high branch that was particularly eye-catching. For some reason, it was not torn apart by the two powerful energies. Instead, it circled around the two people like a yellow butterfly, spinning rapidly and dazzling everyone's eyes. The leaf's spinning was untraceable, but every time it drew a thin arc and gently brushed against the stone pavement on the street, there was the sound of metal clanging. Inside the restaurant, Li Yibai of the Dongyue sword pool had already brought his junior brother and sister to the window. Li Yibai had traveled the Jianghu for many years with a sword and was extremely famous. He was not inferior to the first disciple of Qi Jiajie in the capital. Busybodies even gave them a saying that there were 2 Lis in the north and south sword forests. However, Li Yibai knew the depths of the Jianghu better than the narrow-minded Li Haoran, so Li Haoran could not compare to him. Li Yibai had asked for 3 excellent seats to watch the battle from the window, and the people in the restaurant were willing to give him face. After all, it was clear which was more important, to take a few more glances at the Demoyai post house or to do Li Yibai a favor. The girl in white, Shani, pulled on Li Yibai's sleeve and whispered, "Why is the battle so intense? Even if that Xianyuan woman is slightly better than Qi Jiajie, she can't fight with the king of Bailiang for so long, right?" Li Yibai had seen the horrifying scene of the young king killing Qi Jiajie in an instant. He knew better than most of the martial arts grandmasters of the Central Plains the terrifying power of Su Fengyan. On the way back to Tai and city from Lu Shu town, he and Chai Qingshan had speculated about Su Fengyan several times. Both of them thought that even if you reached the Xianfinger state and had been in this state for 10 or 20 years, you might not be able to block one attack from Su Fengnian, let alone a second-level master. Su Fengnian's martial arts were not only complex but also exquisite. Especially his killing method, it was quite similar to that of Catman Han Shengxian. They were all in a life-and-death battle. If you were one level lower than me, you would definitely die, and you would die very quickly. It was a matter of life and death in the blink of an eye. However, Li Yibai and Chai Qingshan had different opinions about the result of a celestial state grandmaster fighting against Su Fengnian. Li Yibai didn't believe that there was a celestial state grandmaster below the earth immortal. He didn't believe that such a small group of people would have no power to fight back against Su Fengnian. Li Yibai couldn't see the truth, and he wasn't a person who liked to speak without thinking. He deliberately ignored the dissatisfaction in his junior sister's words towards the Alliance Master of Liang Wulin. He shook his head and said, "Alliance Master Xianyuan is after all a Jianghu prideful person blessed by the heavens. Looking at the whole world, even with Beimang, only she can compete with the king of Bailiang in the speed of martial arts. In the early years, she had already done the magnificent feat of intercepting Wang Xinji on the Guangling River. Now that her cultivation has deepened, it's not too strange that she can be in a stalemate with the king of Bailiang." After saying these words, Li Yibai's eyes were a little absent-minded. On the street, the purple robe and the python robe were like flood dragons circling around the hill. It was really pleasing to the eye. Li Yibai clearly remembered that the first time he saw Xianyuan Qingfeng was at the Quick Snow Villa by the Spring God Lake. This purple robe was invincible and looked down on the heroes with an irresistible force. Even Li Yibai felt an inexplicable sense of inferiority. This woman stood alone on the peak of Mount Huishan. Almost all the young talents in Liang Lake, including Li Yibai, could only look up to her from afar. In the past 2 years, the young girl, Shani, was tired of hearing nonsensical Jianghu rumors about the king of Bailiang and Mount Huishan purple robes secretly flirting with each other. Although it was a fact that Su Fengnian had given most of the secret manuals in the Tide-Listening Pavilion's arsenal to the Moonless House on the Great Snow Plateau, in the heart of a young girl like Shani, she did not believe that the king of Bailiang would have any unclear relationship with Xianyuan Qingfeng. A woman who was always gloomy, even if her martial arts were a little better, her face was a little prettier, and her figure was a little more graceful, she was still not likable. The young girl in white asked with a smile, "Senior Marshal Brother Li, do you think that the king of Bailiang purposely went easy on that woman to prevent her from losing too badly? If she loses all her face in Great Peace City, how can she still be the Wulin Alliance leader? Isn't that reasonable?" Song Tinglu rolled her eyes and said, "Master said it himself that Xianyuan Qingfeng is a true great celestial phenomenon realm cultivator. His cultivation is not inferior to Xianyuan Great Pans, who proved his Tao through strength. This kind of martial artist, whether in terms of physique or state of mind, is not something that ordinary martial arts grandmasters can compare to. Junior martial sister, do you really think that Su is invincible? Our Li Yang still has 2 grandmasters, Chao Guanzi and the Peach Blossom Sword God. It's one thing to show off in Bailiang, but it's another thing to leave Bailiang. Just wait and see. When Chao Guanzi and Deng Xiaoping make their move, Su will be beaten back to his original state." Chai Qingshan did not stand with the 3 juniors from the sword pool, but he was not as relaxed as Chao Chongqing, Chen Zhibao, Wu Jian, and the others. The old man had been closing his eyes and concentrating, carefully capturing the flow of qi on the street. Chai Qingshan sighed. In an instant, the Grandmaster Swordsman's figure disappeared from where he stood. A gust of cool autumn wind seemed to pass by the window. In the next moment, Chai Qingshan was standing on the steps in front of the restaurant. Behind a window in the inn across the street, the old patriarch of the Wu family's sword tomb, Wu Jian, quickly stretched out a hand from his sleeve. 2 of his fingers lightly tapped on the windowsill. On the side of the street in front of Wu Jian, a blurry curtain of sword qi had been erected from the top of the building to the end of the street, from the Xiama Way into the ground. It rippled. The spectators on this side suddenly felt a chill in their faces, as if they were in a deep lake on a hot summer day. On the other side of the street, Chai Qingshan lightly stomped his foot. The entire street seemed to tremble violently. Chapter 1610. After the Wu family's sword mound and Dongyue sword pool swordmasters knocked their fingers and stomped their feet respectively, everyone noticed that thousands of cracks as thick as wrists and as thin as earthworms had appeared on the bluestone street outside the center of the purple robe. They crazily spread to both sides of the street like a flood breaking through a dam, rushing toward the hundreds of onlookers in the buildings on both sides of the street. Many people were so scared that their guts were about to explode. They only wanted to see the king of Baoyang's glory, but they never thought that they would lose their lives. Fortunately, the snake-like cracks slowed down slightly before they hit Wu Jian's sword energy wall. Although the cracks quickly climbed up the wall, their momentum finally weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye when they reached a height that was about the same as the doors of restaurants and inns. All of this happened silently. When the dense cracks rapidly spread toward Chai Qingshan's side, the stairs under the Dongyue sword pool's sect master's feet exploded at the same time, sending dust and dirt flying. Li Yibai said regretfully, "Xianyuan Qingfeng lost to the king of Baoyang in the first 2 matches, and our sect master also lost to the Wu family's sword mound's master." Song Tinglu said indignantly, "Master and the Wu family's ancestor both used their swordplay techniques to block Xianyuan Qingfeng's energy. Master met force with force, and that's why there was such a commotion. The Wu family's ancestor was much more cunning. Not only did he use fancy moves, but he also seemed to have won against Master. In fact, Master only needed to use one of the 7 swords of our sect's secret technique, high mountains, deep waters, long sword energy, and he won." The girl didn't have such a strong sense of honor for her sect. She curled her lips and said, "Master used his trump card, and the Wu family's ancestor only used a casual move. Didn't Master still lose? Besides, Master lost even his magnanimity." The young man said gloomily, "Junior sister." Because of Xianyuan Zi's appearance, the girl, who was already in a bad mood, glared at him and said, "What? Are you unhappy?" The young man said resentfully in a low voice, "The autumn air is refreshing, the autumn air is refreshing." Li Yibai suddenly reminded, "Pay attention to the king of Baoyang." Su Fengnian and Xianyuan Qingfeng stood facing each other. The two of them were merely 2 zhang apart. Su Fengnian clasped his hands behind his back, his expression calm. Xianyuan Qingfeng also didn't show any signs of fatigue after a battle of life and death. However, the knot on her dress had already been loosened. The knot has been untied. However, the withered leaf appeared in Xianyuan Qingfeng's hand. He said indifferently, 3 years later, I will become an earth immortal. We will fight to the death in the great snowfield." Su Fengnian smiled and said, "If I'm not dead by then, regardless of whether you become an earth immortal or not, I will go to Mount Hui to take a look." Xianyuan Qingfeng twirled the wutong leaf with his fingers. He narrowed his eyes and looked gloomy. Su Fengnian's lips moved slightly, but he didn't say anything. However, Xianyuan Qingfeng knew what he was talking about. Su Fengnian's meaning was very simple. It was too early to use him as a whetstone and defeat him to reach the peak of martial arts. Currently in Great Peace City, Chao Changqing, Dong Tai, Su Yanbing, Chen Zhibao, and Luo Yang, these great grandmasters were all watching this place. It wasn't Xianyuan Qingfeng's turn to take the lead. Xianyuan Qingfeng didn't say anything. On the Dragon Claw Pagoda tree, Lady Hehe frowned. The branches under her but trembled slightly. However, she hesitated for a moment and still chose to sit quietly where she was. The corpse, that was supposed to be dead on the street, suddenly stood up, and this time, it finally made a complete strike. The corpse was like a tornado. The blade emitted a dazzling snow-white light. It was like a ball of light, tearing a trench in the ground. Shattered limestone flew everywhere. The momentum of the rolling blade was somewhat similar to when Xianyuan Qingfeng appeared. Moreover, unlike Xianyuan Qingfeng who appeared in the open, this person's sudden attack was especially treacherous and ferocious. Li Yibai and the other people of Jianghu who were able to notice the abnormality at the first moment all thought that it would be a bloody close combat. However, the next moment, they felt that the scene was extremely absurd. The seemingly desperate swordsman suddenly changed direction when he was about 5 steps away from the young king. Then, with a tap of his foot, he was about to leap over the tall building. Was he planning to escape? Su Fengnian didn't even look at the leader Zhao Go. Instead, he looked at the entrance of a restaurant. That person who was moving with shocking momentum suddenly quietly hovered in the air. He didn't rise or fall. He just hung there. Li Haoran suddenly realized that this youth was like a piece of porcelain that had been hit thousands of times with a small hammer. The porcelain itself was actually already shattered, but it just didn't break apart. Leader Zhao Go, who used a secret technique to return to his youth and successfully played dead, was really dead this time. Xianyuan Qingfeng rose from the ground and flew away in a purple streak. While almost everyone was looking at the still youth or Xianyuan Qingfeng's departing figure, a middle-aged Confucian with white hair on his temples stepped over the threshold and slowly walked down the stairs. Under the sunlight, the Confucian in green robes didn't turn around to face the young king. Su Fengnian had a smile on his face. His hands were hanging by his side as he lightly shook his sleeves. At the end of the street, an ordinary-looking middle-aged swordsman first came into view, followed by a second and a third. Everyone's appearance and aura were exactly the same. However, no one was holding a sword, so it was slightly different. The leading swordsman was the famous inverted Tai of the Peach Blossom Sword God. He, or rather, they kept stepping on the bluestone road that led to the Zayamawi post house. The same person, different swords. At the same time, the Confucian in green robes pinched a chess piece between two fingers. He gently released it and let it slowly fall to the ground. After the chess piece fell more than half a foot, he began to turn his back to the group of swordsmen and strode towards Su Fengnian. After the chess piece fell to the ground, the dozens of swordsmen who had already appeared on the street all began to bend their swords, regardless of their holding posture. The tip of the sword didn't move, but the body of the sword without exception began to bend downward. However, this was not the end of the strange phenomenon. The young king in the embroidered robe stood motionless in the same place. However, on both sides of him, there were two ethereal old men wearing sheepskin coats. They looked up at the sky with their hands behind their backs, as if they didn't care about the world at all. A short old man with a sword case on his back grinned, missing his front teeth. A tall and barefoot old man with white hair in linen clothes crossed his arms in an imposing manner. A tall old man in a Wudong Daoist robe slowly raised his hand and made a gesture of one finger cutting the river. A black-robed monk touched his head with a straight face. A eunuch in a red embroidered robe crossed his fingers on his abdomen. Chai Qingshan sat directly on the threshold of the restaurant without the demeanor of a grandmaster, looking at the old man wearing a pair of straw sandals beside the young king. Chai Qingshan's eyes were in a trance. The ancestor of the Wu family's sword tomb rested his elbows on the windowsill and smiled. The old eunuch in charge of the ceremony directorate saw this scene and his lips turned white. Chen Zhibao finally came near the window, followed by the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tongl. The latter looked at the senior in the red embroidered robe on the street with a complicated expression. The girl in the mink hat on the old locust tree stopped eating the pancake. No one knew if she was full or if she wanted to leave some for that person. The battle was imminent. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. There was no more noise, and even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. 3 of the 4 grandmasters in the world, the 3 earth immortals of Liyang, the new martial emperor Su Fengnian, Chao Changqing, and the peach blossom sword god Dong Tai. They gathered in the capital and stood in a tripartite balance of power. Each of them fought against 2 people. Chapter 1611. The specific process of the battle between the 3 will not be recorded in the chapters of Silent as a Cicada in Winter. See that peak battle in a few chapters. Today's morning court session in Great Peace City was unprecedentedly grand. Yonghui was the most auspicious. The court session, especially the morning court session, was, to a large extent, a direct reflection of the political situation of the Liyang dynasty. The number of people participating in the court session was often an invisible evaluation of some important officials. For example, Chen Zhibao and Liu Baijie had gone to the capital to become Minister of War, Shangyin Academy Grand Chancellor Qi Yanglong had left the mountain, great general Gu Jiantang had left the capital to take charge of the two Liaos. This old man, son of the Song family, Yan Zhenchuan's posthumous title decision, Lu Shengxiang's, Tang Tieshuang's, and Su Gong's first entry into the capital, junior guardian Qin Wangsheng's appointment as left scattered cavalry, the former minister of Revenue Wang Xiongui and the former minister of Rights Yuan Guo's exile, the assistant minister of justice Han Lin's promotion, Liu Baijia's sad departure from the capital, and so on. Other than the civil and military officials who had to attend the morning court session every day, there were three types of people who had the right to attend the court session but did not need to. They were members of the imperial family who had the same surname as the country, members of the noble families who had earned a hereditary title due to their contributions to Liang, and old officials who had been granted special permission by the emperor to not attend the morning court session. The more people there were in the morning court session, the more prominent the position of an official would be. If there were fewer officials in the court session, such as Wang Xiongui and Yuan Guo's departure, or the old general Yang Shenxing, who had gone to Beiliang Road not long ago to become Jidushi, there were no waves. There were almost no members of the imperial family or the old officials. Although the weather had suddenly turned gloomy and rainy last night, this morning's court session could be said to be full of virtuous people. The autumn rain continued, and many of the roads in the capital were muddy. For some of the officials who had to travel through a small part of the capital to attend the morning court session, if this was in the past, they would probably be cursing on horseback or in the carriage. However, today, almost everyone was in high spirits and showed no signs of fatigue. Some of the officials who had the habit of reading in their carriages before morning court were absent-mindedly flipping through the pages of their books. From time to time, they would lift the curtains to check the address, or directly ask the coachman how long it would take to arrive. On the street where Qin Wang's house was located, his neighbors were all first-class nobles of the Liang dynasty. Apart from his father-in-law, there were also big shots like Gao Shizhi, the Duke of Yan, and Song Downing, the Marquis of Huaiyang, who had retired behind the scenes for many years. Their silence did not mean that they had lost the right to influence the direction of the court. Before dawn, the mansion was ablaze with lights. The servants had already prepared the carriages. The nobles and officials dressed in purple and yellow entered the carriages one after another. In this heavy traffic, Qin Wang's ordinary carriage was inevitably a little shabby. However, at a corner, a marquis in the front carriage, who was supposed to turn into the main street first, took the initiative to slow down and make way for Lord Chen's carriage. Qin Wang gently lifted the curtains. The marquis, who was almost 50 but still did not look old, saw Lord Qin nod to him in greeting. The old marquis smiled and returned the greeting. After putting down the curtains, he stroked his beard. He was both pleased with himself for having some dealings with the left scattered cavalry, but he also sighed with regret. Back then, the former emperor had chosen a girl from the Zhao family and nobles to marry to Qin Wang. He had a granddaughter, and there was hope. However, at that time, he only wanted to establish a relationship with a powerful duke. Looking back now, although he had fulfilled his wish and sent his granddaughter to the duke's mansion, it was a great loss compared to Qin Wang, who was a real dragon son-in-law. The Duke of Yan, Gao Shizhi, and the Marquis of Huaiyang, Song Downing, were best friends. Strangely, the two families, who were well-matched in social status, did not have any marriage alliance. Speaking of which, Gao Shilian and Gao Shijing, who were born to the Duke of Yan in his later years, were quite outstanding young children in Tai'an City. The Marquis of Huaiyang had many children, and they were all eating sugar cane. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that even if they were not the children of the first wife, if the men and women of the Song family who were of the same age as the Gao siblings married, it would not count as climbing up the Duke of Yan's mansion. Today, the Duke of Yan and the Marquis of Huaiyang not only had to attend the morning court, but also shared a carriage. The carriage was spacious. Before winter, the Duke, Gao Shizhi, had people add a small delicate stove to burn incense for warmth. This was to take care of his friend, Song Downing, who had caught a cold in his early years. Song Downing narrowed his eyes and dozed off. Gao Shizhi gently bent down and gently stirred the fire. Song Downing was a light sleeper and quickly opened his eyes. Gao Shizhi saw Song Downing's gaze and asked, "Do you have something to say?" Song Downing remained silent. From the corner of his eye, he glanced at the thick curtain between them and the coachman. Gao Shizhi asked again, "Has your old coachman finally resigned on his own?" Song Downing, who was afraid of the cold in autumn, reached out his hand to close his collar and softly grunted. Gao Shizhi smiled. "Since that's the case, why don't you dare to speak freely?" Song Downing's face was indifferent. "After so many years, I'm used to it." As a brother who had gone through thick and thin, Gao Shizhi's heart was filled with sorrow. He sighed softly. "In that case, we have to thank the young king who was unwilling to stop for a moment. Otherwise, even if His Majesty wanted to withdraw Zhao Go, it would not have been so fast." Song Downing said with a hoarse voice, "At first, I had complaints about the previous emperor's actions. After so many years, I feel at ease. To be honest, when I occasionally went out in the past, I knew that there was a spy from the previous emperor watching me. In fact, there was nothing uncomfortable about it. Now that His Majesty has withdrawn the spy, Brother Gao, what do you think?" Gao Shizhi smiled coldly and said, "Brother Song, I, Gao Shizhi, am not an inexperienced official. Of course, I feel the same as you, uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. It would be better for both sides to know that as long as they do not break the window paper, there will be no problems. Now, the coachman has left on the surface, but will there be more servants and maids in the Fu in secret?" Song Downing, who had always been known in Great Peace City for being wooden and taciturn, smiled meaningfully. "Brother Gao, do you feel that His Majesty is not as generous as the previous emperor because of this?" Gao Shizhi frowned and said, "You don't think so?" Song Downing shook his head and said, "In my view, His Majesty's actions are not to make us feel grateful. His Majesty is not so shallow. He just gave you and me a secret edict that does not need eunuchs to do. If you do not understand the deeper meaning, there will be no seat for you in the upcoming banquet." The Duke's expression instantly became serious. He asked, "What do you mean?" Song Downing slowly said, "Ever since the first year of the auspicious talisman, Jingdo's officialdom has changed, too much for the eyes to take in. There have been many ups and downs, and it is not as simple as a few people rising up in the officialdom. In terms of civil officials, the nobles led by the Pring family of the north started to rise quickly. The Jiangnan nobles led by the Lu and Yu families suddenly rose and then suddenly fell silent. The Green Party rose from the ashes, the Hanlin Academy became independent from the Zhao family, and completely cut off all ties with the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. The new Hanlin Academy scholar is a true disciple of the emperor and comes from a normal noble family. He does not have much connection with Zhang Lu and the 2 Liao families of Jiangnan. The establishment of the 6 pavilions is also an act of splitting power from the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. As for the generals, let's not talk about the old kings for now. Let's talk about the people who have been in and out of Jingdo in recent years. The former assistant minister of the Ministry of War Su Gong, Tang Taishuang, the deputy general of Jizhou, Yang Huchen and Han Fong, the one who returned to Guangling, Song Li, who held great power in Jingdo, and the general Li Chang, who was promoted, and the workers Huang Tianzong and Wei Dong, who just entered Jingdo. Song Laodi, Gao Shizhi mocked himself, "Why don't you open the window and speak frankly? I already know what you are talking about. His Majesty's general meaning can also be considered to have a rough understanding. I am a rough man, and I am not good at beating around the bush." Song Downing sighed softly and said, "Forget it, it is better to save some energy than to play the lute to a cow. After all, I have not attended the morning court for so many years. If I accidentally stand and faint, it will be embarrassing." Gao Shizhi waved his hand and scolded jokingly, "You surnamed Song, don't think that just because you are a marquis, I don't dare to beat you." Song Downing suddenly digressed, "Tell Shirlian and Shijing not to get too close to Yin Changing. Oh right, and if that girl Shijing is not too opposed, why don't you set her up with Zhao Yuling's youngest son? There is a difference of a few years in age, but don't they all say that a woman 3 years older than her husband is a golden brick? These are all small matters." Gao Shizhi said bluntly, "Brother, how come you are the same as those short-sighted guys? Even if Yin Maochun is a little slower than Zhao Yuling, he has 3 provinces and 6 ministries. Not to mention the minister's decree, There are also the two provinces under the Secretariat. In Maochun and Zhao Yuling each have a latrine pit. There is no need to fight over anything. At this point, Gao Shizhi suddenly stopped talking. Song Downing sneered, "What? Have you finally thought it through? You know that one of the two is destined to lose miserably? And it is this In Maochun who has been the #1 prime minister for many years." Gao Shizhi scratched his head in confusion and asked in a low voice, "Then why the hell are the two children getting married?" Chapter 1612. Song Downing said indifferently, "Don't forget, Yin Changing and Zhao Chuanyuan's marriage was the late emperor's idea. Yin and Zhao pushed the boat along with the current, each leaving a way out for the other's descendants." The Duke clicked his tongue and said, "This bunch of scholars, they really have a lot of cunning guts." Song Downing sighed softly and said, "Scholars have a lot of cunning minds, while martial artists refuse to be controlled. Since His Majesty ascended the throne, it has actually been quite difficult. What's not easy is that His Majesty has done very well." Gao Shizhi stared at this good friend of his, who had nothing to hide from him, and asked in a deep voice, "Have you decided? Are you really going to help His Majesty keep the various civil officials and military forces in check?" Song Downing didn't answer the question and took a deep breath. Although our neighbors of various surnames have been suppressed by Yen for so many years, we can't deny that there's a world of difference between the imperial court with and without Yen in charge. Since Yen is gone, then even if we don't consider the country, we still have to be worthy of those ancestral tablets that we have to pay respects to every year. Gao Shizhi stretched. "In any case, I'll do what you do. It's that simple, I won't waste my energy." Song Downing suddenly laughed. "Do you still remember the things when you were young?" Gao Shizhi was stunned. "What things?" "The two of us did a lot of magnificent things when we were young." "What are you asking?" "Hey, Wang Yuanran, that bunch of good-for-nothing brats, compared to us in the past, they're worlds apart." Song Downing subconsciously rubbed his chest, and then pointed at the face of this illustrious duke in front of him. The latter's face instantly flushed red. Gao Shizhi cursed, and his entire arrogance disappeared. Song Downing laughed out loud for the first time. At that time, many years ago, his young Marquis Song Downing and his good brother Gao Shizhi were riding on the outskirts of the capital with their retainers. In the end, they met a woman. That woman was truly devastatingly beautiful. Even the arrogant Song Downing was shocked by her beauty. Song Downing and Gao Shizhi were not able to defeat him. They suffered some punches and kicks. However, the two rich men had the advantage in numbers. Soon, they chased after the bastard and beat him up. Their faces were covered in dirt. The key was that this guy was good at fighting, but his mouth was so good that he could curse people 100 times without repeating a word. Song Downing and Gao Shizhi were not able to defeat him. Song Downing and Gao Shizhi were punched and kicked by him. However, the two rich men had the advantage in numbers. Soon, they chased after the bastard and beat him up. The point was that this guy was good at fighting, but his mouth was really good at cursing people without repeating 100 times. How was this a hero saving a damsel in distress? This was clearly a disgrace. It had nothing to do with heroic spirit. It was clearly an internal conflict between two groups of lechers. Neither of them was a good person. Then Song Downing was kicked 7 or 8 zhang by the woman with the sword on her back. Gao Shizhi was slapped and spun 7 or 8 times in the air. Then the young man from Liaodong charged in front of the woman with a face full of gratefulness. He grabbed her hand and said some words of gratitude. He was not willing to let go. Gao Shizhi and Song Downing only found out much later about that bastard surnamed Su. His fate was not much better than theirs. His entire body was sent flying far away. After he fell heavily on the ground, he still gritted his teeth and squeezed out an ugly smile. He shouted with all his might, "You are my Su Zhao's wife. Either you kill me or you marry me." In the past, as long as Su Zhao was in Great Peace City, there would be no lack of excitement. Now, his son had come to Great Peace City. It seemed to be very lively. The Duke of Yen and the Marquis of Huayang were very disappointed, because in the morning court session, the young vassal king who had caused a great disturbance did not appear. In comparison, the other news only slightly lifted the spirits of the officials. Wu Zhongshuan, the top general of the south under Xiaobing of Yan, had secretly left Guangling Road and went north. He suddenly appeared in the court of the capital and was promoted to the Minister of War of Liang. At the same time, he was ordered to immediately return to Guangling Road to supervise the war. He would lead the Ministry of War as the great general of the south. When the rebellion was successfully quelled, he would officially go to the capital. Early in the morning, a carriage slowly stopped at the old site of the Ministry of War of Ling. This place was only 1 li away from the Zhao family. Before the change of location, the Liang dynasty, which was called the Barbarians of the North by the 8 countries of the South, had the position of the Ministry of War in the 3 provinces and 6 ministries. It was beyond the imagination of the people of Liang. At that time, not to mention the Ministry of Personnel, as long as you were not a general of a local town, even if you were the head of the Secretariat of the Hall of Secretaries or the left servant of the Minxiao province, you would have to obediently make way for the assistant minister of the Ministry of War's carriage. As to those arrogant imperial censors, their only use at that time was to be the punching bag for the officials of the Ministry of War. It was not strange for them to be whipped half to death for no reason. 2 emperors, in a short 40 years, had made the Central Plains recognize the orthodox position of Liang. Countless scholars took root and sprouted in Great Peace City, a former border city. They grew into trees that reached the sky, and formed a place where scholars did not lose to West Chu. The young person who walked down from the carriage stood at the bottom of the steps. He looked dazedly at the vermilion lacquered door that almost no one entered. Right now, this was just the place where the low-level officials of the armory of the Ministry of War handled government affairs. A sleepy-eyed minor official of the armory stepped over the threshold. When he saw the black and gold embroidered robe that he had never heard of or seen before, he rubbed his eyes hard, his expression blank. Great Peace City, the foot of the Son of Heaven. Who dared to overstep on the matter of official robes? Much less at the level of an embroidered robe. The person who was just a minor official of the armory froze. He did not dare to take a step forward, nor did he dare to turn around and pretend he did not see anything. A rough voice sounded behind the minor official. Huang Qianshan, why aren't you going to the Ministry of War Yamen to report to Manager Hong? Did your boots get stuck in dog shit? The minor official swallowed, turned his head and said, Official Yang, someone has come. The tall man behind the minor official, who had also not left the ranks of the corrupt, walked around the person surnamed Huang. When he saw the young person, he gave him a few glances and then silently turned around. He then ran through the door with lightning speed and disappeared completely. Done in one go. This was probably the reason why Huang Qianshan had called him Official Yang. Official Yang's run had completely blocked off Huang Qianshan's path of retreat. If he ran again, even Huang Qianshan felt that it was not right. This minor official forced himself to run down the stone steps. He bent down and asked, "Do you?" When he said this, he suddenly choked. Just now, in his panic, he did not dare to carefully identify the number of the black and gold embroidered robe, the number of toes, and the water feet. How could he know whether to call the young person in front of him Duke, or His Royal Highness? There were too many ways to be an official in Great Peace City. Just the residences of the officials were divided into the rich and powerful. When they went to each place, they had to burn different incense. Otherwise, if they went to the wrong temple and burned the wrong incense, breaking the rules and taboo, it would be a minor matter to sit on the bench in the yamen for a few years. Su Fengyan laughed softly and said, "This king is just here to take a look. You do not have to report anything to the yamen." This king. Hearing this shocking title, the minor official's legs went soft and he almost fell to the ground. In the large Liang dynasty, there were not many people who could call themselves this king. Now, a few of them had died. And the so-called king on the same level, who were given the title of king after the emperor ascended the throne, according to the laws of the Zhao dynasty, were still not allowed to enter the capital. Then, since this king in front of him was so young, his identity was clear. The officials in the capital all knew what kind of person the king of Jing and Zhao Sun was. Don't talk about him wearing an embroidered robe and strolling around. He would rather stay in his residence and not see anyone. The minor official's teeth chattered and said, But, King of Bailiang, is there anything you need me to do? Su Fengnian smiled and said, Didn't official Yang just ask you to go to the Ministry of War? The minor official with sweat on his forehead said, It's okay, it's okay. It's the first time King has come. Our Yamen is so honored. Su Fengnian waved his hand and said, Go. Just when the minor official was about to bow and run away, he heard the notorious Northwest King said softly, Huang Qianshan, remember to say loudly before you leave, Yamen is an important place. Without the permission of the Ministry of War, no one is allowed to enter. The obedient Huang Qianshan's mind went blank. It wasn't until Huang Qianshan had obediently shouted out and walked far away that the belated Armory Division petty official finally woke up with a start. He was so scared that he could only walk shakily with his hands on the wall. He thought to himself, Am I looking for death? But when he walked for a long distance, he seemed to suddenly think of something. He looked back and saw the young king who was still standing in the same place, the young man who he often scolded and ridiculed together with his colleagues a few years ago. Huang Qianshan's eyes were complicated. He sighed and turned away. The minor official, who was afraid that he would not be qualified to participate in the court meeting in his life, gradually lost his fear and suspicion. But for some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. Chapter 1613. When Su Fengnian boarded the carriage, Su Yanbing asked, Why don't you go in and take a look? Su Fengnian smiled and said, The place where Su Shao pretended to be a grandson when he was young. I won't go in. Su Yanbing smiled knowingly and nodded. General should be thinking the same. The carriage headed toward the nearby Zhao family. Just as court was ending, many carriages headed toward them. After all, other than the powerful 6 ministries, there were many other yamens of various sizes in the capital. Carriages and officials on horseback brushed past this inconspicuous carriage. Su Yanbing stopped the carriage outside the Ministry of Rites Yamen. The carriages and mounts of the officials of the Ministry of Rites had already taken up all the space, causing the wide path in and out of the Yamen to be extremely crowded. There was no way around it. The Ministry of Rites was the most important and noble place of the dynasty. It was very busy to receive and send off people. Many officials of other ministries who had not been willing to step half a step into the Ministry of Rites would occasionally come to the Ministry of Rites to find a doctor to talk about old times and get close to him. As for the Minister of Rites Sima Puhua and left Assistant Minister Jean Lanting, there was no hope. Unless it was someone of the assistant minister level, it was impossible to meet them. Speaking of which, when one reached the position of assistant minister, one could not put down their face. Of course, there was no need to use such a crude method to get close to others. So when Su Yanbing casually stopped at a spot, a minor official from the Ministry of Rites quickly walked over. He did not immediately order Su Yanbing around. There were many serpents in Great Peace City. There were many bloody precedents, and they had learned a principle. It would not be wrong to be kind to others and endure as much as possible. Being a coward was better than being a tortoise that stuck its head out and got chopped off, right? The minor official quickly rejoiced at his cautiousness. When he saw the clothing of the young person who had raised the curtain, he immediately understood. As expected of someone from the Ministry of Rites. Compared to the absurd comical actions of the 2 people from the Armory Bureau of the Ministry of War, this person quickly bowed deeply and said respectfully, This official greets the King of Bailiang. Su Fengnian got off the carriage, nodded, and walked straight to the Ministry of Rites Yamen. The official from the Ministry of Rites didn't dare to stand up even after Su Fengnian had walked through the door. It was as if he couldn't wait to bow until the end of time. The one who led the way for the young king was an extremely unlucky official from the Ministry of Rites. He happened to meet the King of Bailiang on a narrow road, and there was nowhere for him to escape. His subordinates also instantly distanced themselves from the official. They didn't even have the slightest awareness of sacrificing themselves for justice. Is it not easy to enter the Ministry of Rites? If he did not have a familiar person of sufficient rank to lead the way, would the other officials of the Ministry of Rites, who had suppressed their resentment for many years, make things difficult for him? The truth was, of course, the truth. However, would the person in front of him care about these shitty rules? When he was still Baoyang and His Royal Highness, he could already carry a sword to court. So when the official from the Ministry of Rites heard that the king of Baoyang wanted to see the old minister, he didn't even dare to fart. He bowed and led the way. He only said that after the minister left court, there would be a political discussion in the imperial study that would not be shaken even by thunder, and that the king might have to wait for a while. When Su Fengnian walked into Sima Pua's room, he didn't refuse the official from the Ministry of Rites who served him tea. Seeing the young king standing in front of the minister's favorite painting, frogs croaking out of the mountain spring, and admiring it, the official from the Ministry of Rites carefully handed him a cup of hot tea. Only then did the official from the Ministry of Rites remember one thing. After Baoyang's hereditary title was abolished, this young man was scolded for recklessly wasting God's gift, wantonly inscribing on priceless authentic paintings, and even simply stamping the word fake. At first, it was unknown how many officials in the capital and scholars of the Central Plains, after receiving the paintings from the Baoyang Palace, all beat their chests and stamped their feet. They couldn't wait to catch the young man from Wutangan and beat him up. However, they didn't expect that in just a few years, they would immediately change their attitude and laugh from ear to ear. The reason was very simple. No matter how much the leaders of the scholarly circles resisted, these paintings from the young king's hands, as long as you were willing to sell them, the price of the next person would at least double. Even so, there was still a price but no market. Thinking of this, the official from the Ministry of Rites felt a little guilty. When Jean Lanting, who hated Baoyang the most, entered the Ministry of Rites and took the second position, he reluctantly parted with his treasures and publicly sold several paintings to show his loyalty. However, he still secretly kept a cool invitation, thinking that one day when he was old and left the officialdom to return to his hometown, he would take it out and show it off to others. Perhaps one day when he was at a critical moment in his official career, he would sell the small invitation with only 2 words, at a low price, to his early imperial examination master. Giving it away for free? Dream on. Cool invitation, cool mountain. Just based on the 2 extremely special words cool, the official estimated that it was worth 500 taels of silver. Gold. After Su Fengnian finished his tea, he walked to the desk and casually opened an exquisite sandalwood box. Inside, there were 6 ingots of ink neatly arranged. Taking out one of the ingots, the twin dragons spat out pearls to draw golden lines, with the seal script Hua Zhang Huan Kai in the middle. It was clearly a tribute ink from the court of the old Southern Tang ink master Chuji. A rare item like this, after being passed around for decades, would now be something on the desk of the officials of Liang. However, compared to the refugees of the spring and autumn period who had also left their homes, these inanimate objects seemed to be much more fortunate. They were able to survive until a knowledgeable scholar loved them so much that he couldn't put them down. Many refugees of a fallen country could only die in a foreign land. Minister Sima Puhua still hadn't returned to the Ministry of Rites Yamen. The official from the side, suffering, the official from the doctor's face grew paler and paler. There was a cough outside the door, and the official from the Department for Purging Officials quietly walked out of the room. He saw a good relationship with the minister-counselor of the Department for Purging Officials. He was a good person who had been a minister-counselor for over 10 years and still hadn't been promoted. The latter quietly said with a sad face, "Sir Lu." When the minister reached the Yamen door, he turned around and left. He said he had to go to the Ministry of Door to take care of business. He also said that we must not let the prince know. He told us to only say that today's meeting will take a long time and that he may not be able to leave the palace before noon. He also told us to take good care of the prince. Whoever makes a mistake will be punished. Hearing this grievous news, the official almost jumped up and cursed. He resisted the urge to run away on the spot and took several deep breaths outside the room, as if his heart and liver were in pain. At this time, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The official whispered in the ear of the minister-counselor. The latter had a troubled expression. The official patted the latter's shoulder heavily and said in a resolute and decisive tone, "Hurry up and go." After explaining the matter, the official returned to the room as if he was walking on thin ice. He tried his best to speak in a calm tone to the young prince. When he spoke, his face was full of sincerity and guilt. A few years ago, when he secretly gathered a servant girl from the manor to catch the fierce woman in bed, he didn't see the official from the doctor's side like this. Su Fengnian glanced at him and expressionlessly said, "Minister isn't here, but Assistant Minister Jiang and Jean Lanting should be here, right?" The official didn't have time to think about the meaning of the two different titles. He pecked at the rice and said, "Minister Jiang is here, he is here." Originally, Minister Jiang asked for leave and temporarily returned to the Yamen to take care of government affairs. After Minister Jean left the court, he directly returned to the Ministry of Rites. He is also here. Compared to the Shang study room, which was like a crane in a flock of chickens, the rooms of the two ministers of the Ministry of Rites were each occupied by one person. However, the rooms were connected to several other officials, so it didn't seem to be as unique. The Ministry of Rites was a place that taught people rules. Its own rules were complicated to the point of nitpicking. Chapter 16:14. Su Fengnian and the doctor walked towards the room of Right Assistant Minister Jiang Yongla. As a result, the doctor found that Jiang Yongla was panting after running all the way back. He didn't care about maintaining his composure in front of this humble official. When the doctor saw the Right Assistant Minister, there was only one thought in his mind. "Lord Jiang, take care of yourself. It is not that this lowly official wants to drag you into the water, but the minister has already ruthlessly tricked this lowly official. If I don't get someone to trick and scare you back, this lowly official may not live to see the sun tomorrow." Actually, there's a Jianghu slang that the little bastard in this humble official's family used as his pet phrase. Now that I think about it, it's really reasonable. In Jianghu, one has to be a Daoist who doesn't die. To be honest, if Lord Jiang dies suddenly, this humble official will definitely try my best to shoulder the burden of the Ministry of Rites. After inviting the Prince of Northern Liang into the house, Jiang Yongla closed the door and didn't say anything. He just knelt on the ground and refused to get up. Even Su Fengnian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Actually, it was completely opposite to what the outside world imagined. From Su Shao to Li Yishan to Su Fengnian, Beiliang had long known about the posthumous title. Su Fengnian refused to accept the imperial edict after the hereditary posthumous title. Even the eunuch who announced the imperial edict was not allowed to enter Yuzhou province. This was Su Fengnian's responsibility as a son and the attitude that Beiliang had to show. However, it didn't mean that Su Fengnian bore a deep grudge against Jiang Yongla, a small figure in the Ministry of Rites. Additionally, among all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, only the left chancellor of the imperial college, Yao Baifeng, stood up for Su Shao. The others, such as Grand Secretary Yan Jieshi, Jean Lanting and Lu Xingxiang, were much more vicious than Jiang Yongla in their suggestions on the posthumous title evaluation. In fact, at that time, Su Shao and Li Yishan were laughing and discussing his posthumous affairs. They said that he would definitely be given a bad posthumous name. Coincidentally, Su Shao, who rarely flipped through books, would often go to Wutangen to take out the books from the Ministry of Rites when he was bored to death. In the end, the two characters that Su Shao chose for himself were precisely Wu Li. "I, Su Shao, am a military man. Why would I need a military official to have the word literary?" The character Thu was even better. It was a meritorious deed to the country. Too much slaughter was carried out, and the merits offset the demerits. Just take it as I, Su Shao, and Li Yang's debt is settled. Of course, Su Fengnian didn't have any hatred for Jiang Yongla, but that didn't mean that he would be nice to the number 3 person in the Ministry of Rites. But for such a great assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites to kneel there and act like a rascal, Su Fengnian's eyes were opened. A short while later, when the young vassal king walked out of the room, the doctor of the department for purging officials heard sobbing from inside the room. The doctor felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders, but he also felt some regret deep in his heart. Su Fengnian walked to the outside of the room of the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rites. The door was wide open, and the elegant Jean Lanting was sitting calmly behind the desk. He looked at the young vassal king who had once been high above. This third junior Jean who had quickly risen through the bureaucracy of Great Peace City showed no fear and looked coldly at him. Jean Lanting narrowed his eyes and didn't move. He didn't even rise to greet him. You have become the king of Bailiang through hereditary succession and have taken another step forward. But I, Jean Lanting, am no longer a minor landowning household of that little county. Then the doctor of the department for purging officials heard the king of Bailiang say, "Move further away." This young man who held the 300,000 cavalry of Bailiang did not close the door after stepping over the threshold. But no one dared to raise their head to see what was happening inside. Soon, a loud sound came from inside the room. The department for purging officials jumped in fright and trembled all over. After an unknown amount of time, the young vassal king walked out of the room. He lightly patted his dust-free sleeves and left. The department for purging officials was hesitating about whether to enter the room when they heard the left assistant minister, who paid the most attention to his speech and actions, yell at the top of his lungs, "All of you, scram." The entire Ministry of Rights Yamen had the bone-chilling coldness of winter. Su Fengyan walked towards the carriage. Seeing Su Yanbing's curious gaze, he said with a smile, "I didn't kill anyone, but there are people who feel worse than death." Su Yanbing's gaze was slightly strange. Su Fengyan helplessly said, "I didn't take off my pants. But if you have this kind of hobby, I can take you there." Now, that guy is probably still weeping. Su Yanbing hurriedly waved his hand and laughed. Su Yanbing finally stopped laughing. When Su Fengyan was about to get into the carriage, he asked, "Are we going to the imperial astronomer next?" Su Fengyan nodded and said, "Yes." Su Yanbing suddenly looked sideways at a group of people on the street in the distance. They were all riding horses. It had been some time since the court session ended, so the road was not congested. But the momentum of the 5 riders was very conspicuous. Su Fengyan lifted the side curtain when Su Yanbing turned his head. Other than the leader of the 5 riders who did not look at them, the other 4 riders all had unfriendly expressions. One of the riders even stopped his horse in front of them. He held the reins with one hand and leaned back slightly, full of arrogance and conceit. Su Yanbing said softly, "Look at that old man's official robe. It seems to be the second-rank military official's robe that only the great generals of the 4 campaigns and the Minister of War can wear." Su Fengyan said, "It should be Wu Zhongshuan, who was previously conferred the title of Great General of the Southern Expedition. It seems that he has come to the capital to receive his reward. Perhaps he has already become the Minister of War. No wonder his subordinates are so arrogant and despotic." Su Yanbing frowned and said, "Do you want me to teach him a lesson?" Su Fengyan, who was separated by a curtain, shook his head and said, "Forget it. Wu Zhongshuan still has some ties with someone. If you want to teach him a lesson, let him do it himself in the future." Just as Su Fengyan was about to ignore the provocation in the other's eyes, the other stopped his horse and raised his hand to make a hand across his neck. Su Yanbing said calmly, "Your Highness, you can't just let me go back and forth and be a cart driver, right?" Su Fengyan smiled and said, "Okay. Remember not to hit too hard." Su Yanbing asked, "Half dead?" Su Fengyan replied, "The other party is not a weak civil official. There is no glory in beating him. However, he is a general of Nanjiang who has been through hundreds of battles. Half dead is not enough. If you don't beat him half dead, you will be letting down their reputation of being comparable to the Bailiang cavalry." Su Yanbing, who had let go of the reins, could not help but smile and said, "There is such a reason?" Su Fengyan put down the curtain and said slowly, "As long as the Bailiang cavalry is there, it is the reason." Su Yanbing disappeared in a flash. In the next scene, Su Yanbing kicked the side of the large horse's abdomen. The Nanjiang general was sent flying along with his horse. The horse's 4 hooves flew into the air and landed heavily in the distance with a loud crash. No one saw how Su Yanbing attacked. The tall and sturdy general who had not yet rolled off the horse was kicked 50 or 60 feet away. Fortunately, this street, which was second only to the imperial road in the capital, was wide enough. Otherwise, he would have sunk into the wall. Su Yanbing stepped on the head of the dying general and looked at the other riders. Other than Wu Zhongshuan, who had calmly turned his horse around, everyone was furious. Su Yanbing did not say anything. He only used the sole of his shoe to pinch the general's head. Liang does not care if you are an official of the Ministry of War. Who cares if you are a Nanjiang general? Wu Zhongshuan raised his whip slightly and stopped the 3 irascible riders from trying to retaliate. The old general, who was now wearing a standard second-rank lion official robe, slowly rode forward alone. He looked down at Su Yanbing and asked knowingly, "Liang Su Yanbing?" Su Yanbing replied indifferently, "Did you bring 1 or 2,000 elite soldiers to be stationed in the Jingji Southern Army camp? Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be enough for supper tonight." Wu Zhongshuan's mouth twitched and he turned to leave. The 3 riders under his command galloped toward the general, whose life or death was unknown, to clean up the mess. Su Fengnian sat in the carriage, his hands folded like an old farmer's sleeves. His 10 fingers were interlocked and trembling slightly. The imperial astronomer was about to arrive. The source of the white clothes case in the capital was here. The spring and autumn saber armor died here. Chapter 1615. There was a rumor that there was a famous little restaurant called Jiujiu Restaurant beside the Longshu Ditch overpass, which was used to suppress the water veins in the capital. There was an endless stream of high-ranking officials and dignitaries. The proprietress was a charming widow, but there had never been any rumors about her in the past few years. No matter how much the aristocratic Gongsun family and the descendants of the Jiujiu restaurant fought over a table, no matter how much the 2 sides fought, the Jiujiu restaurant, which seemed to be under the protection of a big shot, would always open the next day. If one was late, as long as it was time for the restaurant to close, no matter if one was the son of a minister or the grandson of a great general, they would all close the door and refuse to serve. The more the Jiujiu restaurant was like this, the more the old gluttons in the capital liked it. Although it was very likely that a big shot like the assistant minister would be scolded by an audacious waiter when they went to the restaurant, everyone enjoyed it and never got tired of it. The 2 masters of the Song family, Tantanan and Huanwen, the imperial college's Yao Baifeng, and almost all the ministers of the 6 ministries other than Gu Jiantang, as well as the central government officials, all came here to feast without exception. This year, there was another big shot, Xianglong. It was said that before the head of the secretariat officially became a minister of Liyang, the first thing he did when he entered the capital was not to meet the emperor, but to go straight to the Jiujiu restaurant and get drunk. What was even more exaggerated was that this well-deserved leader of the literati was almost chased out of the Jiujiu restaurant by the proprietress. Today, the business of the Jiujiu restaurant was still booming. The main entrance had not opened yet, but the luxurious carriages and tall horses outside had already made the street near the river extremely crowded. Many diners were patiently waiting in a long line. A short, crippled old man came to the entrance of the backyard of the Jiujiu restaurant. Compared to the bustling main entrance, this narrow alley, which no one knew how to enter through many turns, was extremely cold and cheerless. Perhaps it was because there were few people here, but there were some dark green moss growing near the foot of the wall. The sunlight was blocked by the high wall, making it seem somewhat gloomy. The crippled old man was not in a hurry to knock on the door. Instead, he stared at a young man squatting on the steps and yawning. The young man also stared at the crippled old man with his mouth and eyes wide open. In fact, they knew each other. The old man, who usually only paid attention to the princes and ministers, remembered this rascal because the young ruffian had appeared on the street outside the Jiujiu restaurant yesterday and had a battle with the young princes. When the crippled old man returned to Zhaogo, he returned to Zhaogo. Zhaogo, of Zhaogo. This guy. Originally, the old man had roughly confirmed that the so-called first young master of Jinzhou and second machete of Liaodong was not a spy who could not see the light of day, but a street scoundrel who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and was unintentionally involved in the whirlpool in the capital. However, when he saw Wu Laifu appear at this time and place, Zhao Go, who had always believed that there were no outsiders and no foreign affairs in the world, was filled with killing intent. Wu Laifu, who put the iron saber on his knees, suddenly shouted, "Old man, I know you. Although you didn't make a move yesterday, I know that you're actually the same as me. We're both experts." Wu Laifu put on a fake smile. He was thinking about how to kill this guy quietly. Jiujiu restaurant was Zhaogo's forbidden area. Liang's spies were not allowed to approach it, regardless of their status. This was a rigid rule set by Yuan Benshi. Although Master Yuan was dead, the crippled old man did not want to disturb the woman who lived in seclusion because of a trivial matter, unless it was absolutely necessary. This time, the crippled old man broke Master Yuan's rule. He had no choice but to come here because the new head of Zhaogo had spoken. The crippled old man, who even the king of Bailiang and Fu Shuifang only knew his surname was Yao, looked at the young man who was carefully holding the saber and asked with a smile, "Young hero Wu, how do you have the leisure to squat here and look at the sun?" Wu Laifu's martial arts skills were mediocre, but he wasn't stupid at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to steal the limelight before Li Haoran. Now, the name Wu Laifu was quite famous in the capital. Yesterday, Wu Laifu had returned twice and witnessed the battle from beginning to end. Among them, the aging of the middle-aged man and the death of the youth with the saber made him gasp in amazement. Therefore, the lame old man who had not revealed his strength from beginning to end was naturally not someone that Wu Laifu could compete with. Therefore, Wu Laifu was very nervous. His palms were sweaty, but he still maintained his annoying smile and said, "Senior, isn't looking at the sun the same everywhere? I came to Jiujiu restaurant to ask for a job. I walked from Liaodong to the capital and used up all my traveling expenses. I'm not a martial artist who breaks the law. I'm a good citizen who abides by the law." The crippled old man smiled and said, "Looking for a job? The capital is so big. Can't you find a job anywhere?" The young man's smile became more and more stiff. He rolled his eyes and hesitated for a moment. Then he lowered his voice and said, "Senior, we're both open-minded people, so I might as well be frank with you. Everyone in the capital knows that Jiujiu restaurant is very deep. I'm thinking that a woman can support such a restaurant. Either she's a hidden, peerless expert, or the waiter in the restaurant is a top-notch martial arts grandmaster, or maybe a chef is a famous martial artist who has retired from the martial arts world for many years. I came to Jiujiu restaurant to find a job. Earning money is secondary. My main goal is to learn from an expert who can dominate the martial arts world." The crippled old man stared at this whimsical young man. He did not know if he should slap him to death or give him a thumbs up and praise him for being so king smart. The crippled old man looked at the guy who had an incomparably sincere gaze and a face full of innocence, and could not help but tease, "If I remember correctly, young hero Wu is an expert who only lost to the king of Bailiang by 1.5 moves. But are you only satisfied after reaching a higher level in the martial arts world?" Wu Laifu smiled foolishly and said, "There's no harm in having more skills. There are hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the martial arts world. It's not a bad thing for me to learn a few more trump cards. Look at the king of Bailiang. His fists, swords, and that last move, God summoning. He has endless tricks up his sleeves. Compared to him, I'm still a little lacking." The crippled old man smiled and said, "In my opinion, young hero Wu is much stronger than the king of Bailiang if you have such skills." Wu Laifu asked softly, "Don't tell me I'm thick-skinned?" The crippled old man gave him a thumbs up and said, "Young hero Wu, you're indeed a talented martial arts genius. Your future achievements in martial arts will definitely be limitless." The young man scratched his head. He accepted the compliment with a smile. For some reason, the crippled old man no longer wanted to kill him. He ignored the young hero of Liaodong and walked up the stairs. He gently knocked on the door. There was no response from the backyard. The crippled old man knocked on the door unhurriedly. The old man was not in a hurry. Wu Laifu went from being curious, speculating and anticipating to yawning, rolling his eyes, and picking his earwax. He really could not wait any longer. Wu Laifu stood up and put on his iron saber. Then he slammed the wooden door heavily with his palm and shouted, Lady boss, I'm Wu Laifu, the one who wanted to be your waiter yesterday. It's fine if you don't open the door for me, but there's a respectable Jianghu senior beside me who's anxiously looking for you. Don't delay the important matter. Lady boss, it's true. I'm not deceiving you. There really is a senior who came to visit. He's been waiting here for a long time. I was afraid that he would disturb your rest at first, so I blocked him for a long time without any courtesy. Lady Boss. You see, if you still don't open the door, whether it's Jianghu ethics or the principle that visitors are guests, Lady Boss, you won't be able to win against him. The crippled old man twitched the corner of his mouth and endured. Wu Laifu slammed the door earth-shattering. When the door suddenly opened, Wu Laifu did not pay attention and almost slapped the person who opened the door. Fortunately, the person gently moved away and dodged. However, Wu Laifu fell into the door and fell flat on his face. That was a glimpse. It made Wu Laifu sit on the ground in a daze. That young woman was definitely not the Lady Boss. The Lady Boss was a middle-aged woman who was quite feminine. However, Wu Laifu was not interested in women like that. He preferred a young woman who was about the same age as him. She had to have a pretty face, a big chest, a thin waist, a round buttocks, and long legs. His requirements were not high and were just in line with his identity as a young hero. The woman who opened the door was the most beautiful woman Wu Laifu had ever seen in his life. She might even be the most beautiful woman in his next life. Wu Laifu sat on the ground and looked at the back of the person who stood at the door. This young man who dared to play tricks with the king of Bailiang did not even dare to speak to her. As the second Minister of Justice, the crippled old man looked at the woman who was famous for her rouge and hesitated to speak. She was supposed to be one of Teacher Yuan's most outstanding experts, but the world was unpredictable. Even Teacher Yuan, who had a perfect plan, fell short of success. There was a game of chess on the chessboard that year. Although Teacher Yuan had thought of a series of rules, it was a pity that someone made the unreasonable move in the end. In that game, Teacher Yuan claimed that he and Huang Sanjia lost to the same person. It was a great regret of his life. Looking at the old man who had personally escorted her to the capital, the woman said indifferently, "Teacher Yao, are you here to urge me to go to the mansion of the Prince of Liaodong?" The crippled old man sighed and shook his head. "No, I'm here to see shopkeeper Hong." She frowned and shook her head. "Aunt Hong won't see you." The old man also shook his head and called her by her name. "Qin Yu, you don't have the final say in this matter." Qin Yu. After hearing this name, Wu Laifu felt like he was struck by lightning. Rouge Champion. Chapter 1616. The mysterious woman with the surname Nangong could only comment that she was not inferior to Qin Yu. After all, the third person in Yanji's evaluation was the former princess of West Chu, the current empress of West Chu, Jiang and I. Qin Yu remained silent. Even the old man, who was no longer attracted to beauty, could not help but be moved by her beauty no matter how many times he saw her. It was no wonder that even Mr. Yuan praised her back then, a calamity in troubled times, an empress in prosperous times. Wu Laifu suddenly kicked him in the back and once again he fell flat on his face with dirt all over. A woman stood beside Wu Laifu. She did not approach the courtyard door and looked at the crippled old man who did not cross the threshold. She said coldly, "The Jiujiu embassy has no bones for you to pick on." The crippled old man who was called a dog was expressionless. He gently flicked his finger and Wu Laifu's head swayed backward as if it was hit hard. He fell to the ground and could not get up. Then the old man said softly, "Shopkeeper Hong, it was the Empress' intention to ask you to leave the Jiujiu embassy this time." The lady boss did not speak. Qin Yu lowered her eyes. The crippled old man waited quietly for her to continue. The lady boss finally spoke, her tone full of sarcasm. "What, do you want me to stop you at the palace gate? Or just wait outside the main hall? If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Are you finally afraid now?" The old man's eyelids trembled. He said, "The Empress' order is for shopkeeper Hong to go to the imperial astronomer." After saying this, the old man, who never hesitated whether he was talking or killing, emphasized the last three words for the first time. Imperial astronomer. The lady boss, who had been calm, suddenly became furious. "Scram!" She pointed at the crippled old man and said angrily, "Yao, go back to the palace and tell that shameless woman. My relationship with Zhao Ji isn't that good." The old man seemed to have expected the woman's attitude. He continued with a straight face, "The Empress asked me to pass 2 words to shopkeeper Hong. One is that if shopkeeper Hong is willing to go to the imperial astronomer, then Qin Yu will not be the princess consort of the Liao Palace." The woman was so angry that she laughed. Zhao Ji, the entire Liang knows that you favor Zhao Zhuan far more than Zhao Wu. Not only did you force the eldest son to give the throne to his brother, but now you're even forsaken the pitiful compensation that the eldest son should have received. Chen Yu turned a deaf ear as if she was an outsider. Bailiang His Royal Highness, Emperor Zhao Dun, the first Zhao Wu and Zhao Zhuan, the fourth prince. Back then, as one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period, they wanted her to enter the capital and become the imperial noble consort first before fighting for the position of empress. Huang of the emperor, the Jiao to the Jianghu Jiao. Later, Mr. Yuan, who spoke vaguely, asked her to get close to the fourth prince, who had not yet married Yan Dongwu. Empress. Empresses, Liao, Prince, Zhao, she, to the Liao, Prince of the Liao, Emperor of the Emperor. Empress. Chen. Her grandfather, who was once famous for his strength of character in the Central Plains, only told her before his death that she was needed for the revival of the family. Her master, whose identity was hidden and whom she respected, only smiled and said that there was a book that should be written like this. Benshi, who had a half-inch tongue, only dipped his finger in wine and wrote 6 words on the table in front of her. You're the empress, and I'll live an ignoble life. In the end, she was summoned to the palace. Looking at the woman from afar, she only saw the woman nod and let her out of the palace. She didn't resist even once. Chen Yu never yearned for the Jianghu because she knew that the men in the Jianghu seemed to be glorious, but in fact, they were all helpless. She also never yearned for the imperial palace because she knew that the women there were all caged birds. Chen Yu knew what she didn't want, but she never knew what she wanted. Therefore, she let nature take its course time and time again. Chen Yu couldn't say that she was sad, nor did she have any self-pity. She was like duckweed drifting with the current. When Chen Yu heard Auntie Hong, who taught her paper cutting, tell the crippled old man to get lost again, Chen Yu didn't feel sad at all. Was it important whether she went to Liaodong or not and whether she became a princess? The old man looked at the woman who had been a widow for many years. The old man wasn't angry. She was a legendary woman who could make the former emperor and Mr. Yuan look at her differently. Even if she punched his head, the old man wouldn't care. The old man said calmly, "Shopkeeper Hong, the emperor's second sentence is that Xie Guaniying is already in the imperial astronomer, and Prince of Shu, Chen Jibao, may also be there." The woman instantly quieted down and her lips turned pale. She closed her eyes in pain and murmured, "Zhao Ji, you've always been like this. In the past, you could ignore everything for your man, but now for your son." The old man looked at the sky and reminded her, "If you don't go now, it'll be too late." She slowly opened her eyes and asked, "Is the carriage ready?" The old man nodded. The woman walked to the door. When she passed by Chen Yu, she suddenly held her hand and said softly, "Go with Auntie Hong. If we die there, it'll be good." Chen Yu thought about it and smiled. The imperial astronomer wasn't famous in the marketplace, but it was one of the most important places in Liyang's capital. Many officials of the 3 provinces and 6 ministries never had the chance to set foot there. Therefore, whether or not an official could borrow a book or 2 from the imperial astronomer's library became a benchmark to measure the status of an official in the capital. Before Liu Baijie resigned as the Minister of War, the last thing he did was secretly transfer 800 elite soldiers from the inner-city imperial army to guard the imperial astronomer. And just 2 days ago, the imperial astronomer, which was already heavily guarded, had secretly increased the number of elite soldiers by another 600 or so. There were 2 generals who wore armor instead of the robes of military officials. One was close to 60 years old and the other was in the prime of his life. Both of them stood at the entrance of the imperial astronomer with their hands on their swords, acting as 2 door gods. The 2 men, who were 1 generation apart, looked very similar, like a pair of father and son. The old general was Li Shogua, the shooting commandant stationed in the northern part of the capital. During the Spring and Autumn War, his military achievements were mediocre, and he was only a deputy commandant. Therefore, 5 years ago, Li Shogua was promoted step by step to the position of shooting commandant, one of the 4 major commandants in the capital. He was only a joke in the capital's officialdom and the capital's military, and was rudely given the nickname Commandant of Peace. This meant that if Li Shogua was in a time of chaos, with his mediocre ability, he would not even be able to become a commandant, let alone the most powerful commandant in Liang. These years he had relied on his skill of flattery to become an official. He did not know how to fight, but he knew how to be an official. Especially when he was lucky enough to climb up the branch of Ma Lulong, the general of the expedition to the north. However, with Li Shogua's eldest son, Li Chang, who stood out in the Jingji army last year, this kind of talk gradually dissipated. Li Chang was only 30 years old. After the current emperor ascended the throne, he was quickly promoted to be a corps general among the permanent military generals in Ling. He was an extremely sturdy fourth-rank general. His significance was equivalent to that of a civil official taking on the position of governor in a place outside of the 6 ministries. If he didn't make a big mistake in his position, he would definitely be waiting for a promotion. Speaking of which, it was strange. Although Li Chang, who had never been to the Liao border and had no military achievements, was not considered unknown before this, compared to the younger Yin Changging and Han Xingyan, he was clearly not good enough. However, this person became one of the first generals promoted by the emperor, making the officials in the capital feel like they were looking at flowers in a fog. Good things came in pairs. Li Chang'an's younger brother, Li Changliang, only followed Wang Yuanran and a few other hedonistic sons to Bailiang's Yuzhou for sightseeing. After returning to the capital, he quickly received a transfer order from the Ministry of War and became a captain of the Liaodong Duoyen elite cavalry. The 3 of them, one was Captain Shuang, one was a corps general, and one was Captain Duoyen. This made the Li family, whose ancestral graves were emitting smoke, suddenly have a saying in the court, Little Gu family. Although the father and son worked together to guard the gate of the imperial astronomer, Li Shogua and Li Chang, never looked sideways. Compared to Li Chang'an's calmness, while Li Shogua's face was calm, his heart was beating like a drum. Not long ago, the eldest son, Li Chang, suddenly received an imperial edict to enter the palace to meet the emperor. He was quickly transferred out of the inner city and led 800 imperial guards to guard the imperial astronomer between the royal city and the palace. He himself also quickly entered the capital from the northern part of the capital. The transfer order to enter the capital did not come from the Ministry of War document. It came from the Li family's benefactor, General of the North, Hufu. General Ma Lulong was an old man nearing 80 years old and had been bedridden for many years. In the Liang army, in terms of seniority, only Zhao Cheng, Yang Xinxing, and Yan Jinchuan could compare. In addition, Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinchuan had both been demoted and killed. Even though Ma Lulong had not participated in ceremonies and court meetings for nearly a decade, the previous emperor and the current emperor had never lacked in rewards for the Ma family. Everyone knew that as long as Ma Lulong did not die, even if he was only hanging on by half a breath, as long as the old man did not completely die, then the Ma family, whose location was even better than the Duke of Yan's manor of the Marquis of Huayong, would still be the Ma family that coughed a few times in the capital and caused a huge commotion in the court. Li Shogua originally could not figure out why the imperial astronomer, which had nothing to do with officialdom, needed to muster such a large force. 600 imperial guardsmen plus his own 800 elite soldiers in the northern Jingji army, a total of 1,400 people. Who were they guarding against? Who was worthy of such a grand treatment? Chapter 1617. It was only when he heard that before the Prince of Northern Liang entered the capital, he had brought along 800 northwestern cavalry soldiers and made the western army led by Huqi officer Qi Changgong become his bodyguards that Li Shogua finally understood. Because Li Shogua was a general with real power, and because he had saved the life of the old general's only son during the war in Dongyue, he had long since become an honored guest of the general of the north, Ma Lung. In the early years, he had vaguely heard a secret rumor in the Ma family. It seemed that there had been a strange and treacherous conspiracy in Great Peace City. The spearhead was aimed at Lame Su, who had not yet been made a king. Nan Huayu of the imperial astronomer, who had now died of illness, had played a dishonorable role. The only son of Ma Lulong, the Anong general Ma Zhongxian, who now held the power of the Jingji East Army, spoke of this matter in a drunken stupor. His expression was one of pride and self-satisfaction. Li Shogua knew that one shooting commandant was far from enough to touch the inside story of that conspiracy. Maybe only when his eldest son, Li Chang'an, became #1 in the 4 campaigns and 4 towns would he have hope of understanding the shocking truth hidden under layers of curtains and dust. Of the 4 campaigns, Ma Lulong had struggled at death's door for many years, but his family's favor had not decreased. Zhao Jie ignored the disputes for many years and rose up in the face of danger, sharing power with the South Campaign commander Lu Xingxiang. Yang Xinxing had long left the capital for Ji province. He seemed free, but he was actually far away from the core of the dynasty, which affected the speed of Yang Huchen's rise. If Yang Huchen had not lost an arm on the Guangling Road battlefield, the price would have been too great and the court would have felt bad about it. Otherwise, not to mention the deputy general of Ji province, he would probably have fallen into silence. Then, when Yang Xinxing died of old age, the Yang family would have quickly become a 2nd or 3rd class family in Liang. Yan Zhenchuan, a famous cavalry commander with splendid military exploits, a true military general of the Zhao dynasty, actually died in battle at the border of Guangling Road. In the end, he was only brought to his coffin with an exceptional posthumous title, that was all. 4 great generals of the dynasty who were of the same rank and second only to great General Gu Jiantang had 4 completely different endings. After Li Shogua figured out the hidden ins and outs of the matter, he was both horrified and chilled. Ma Lulong, the head of the old Ministry of War in Liang, was the first person to show strong enmity toward Su Shao. Zhao Kuang was the general who firmly supported the Battle of the Western Fortress. However, as the spring and autumn war neared its end, Zhao Kuang, who had once fought side by side with Su Shao, began to lean towards Gu Jiantang. After that, he did not follow the Su family's iron cavalry into Shu. Instead, he chose to assist Gu Jiantang in attacking southern Tang. During the reward event in the capital, during the grand banquet of the meritorious officials, Zhao Jie and Su Shao became enemies. Before the previous emperor ascended the throne, Zhao Jie had been one of the previous emperor's lackeys in his struggle with the old prince of Jinggan, Zhao Heng. Yang Xinxing had a shallow relationship with Su Shao, and there was almost no personal relationship between them. Yan Zhenchuan, when Su Shao left the capital, this general who greatly respected Su Shao personally saw Su Shao off. Li Shogua did not know how the highly respected old general felt when he led the army out for the last time in his life. The eldest son, Li Chang'an, who had always been quiet and cautious, did not agree to his father's request for a banquet after he was promoted to a general without any warning. Instead, the father and son had a secret conversation that no one else should know about. In that conversation, it was Li Chang'an, the son, who taught Li Shogua how to be an official. They did not talk about the superficial ways of welcoming and sending people off, but about how to understand the emperor's heart. It was only then that Li Shogua found out that his son had long been the emperor's confidant. Unlike the other generals who were secretly appointed by the late emperor to be the ones supporting the emperor, Li Chang'an relied on his own luck to gain the trust of the 4th prince at that time. Li Chang'an bluntly told his father that His Majesty had hinted to him that he would be promoted to the next general of Anbei in 3 years at the cost of his father's retirement. In 3 years, whether he would go to Liaodong, Guangling, or the northwest, it would depend on his own ability whether he could become a border official with iron armor. At this moment, Li Shogua, who had mixed feelings, sighed softly. The Li family, from him to his 2 sons, had always been seeking riches from danger. When Li Shogua saw the carriage in the distance, he began to breathe heavily. Even if he died here today, as long as his son Li Chang'an lived, the Li family had the hope of becoming the 2nd Su family, and not the little Gu family. Inside the imperial astronomer, behind the door with the plaque Excellent Realm of Insight, there was a crop altar covered with 5-colored soil from the Guangling path. The east was green, the south was red, the west was white, the north was black, and the middle was yellow. A middle-aged Confucian scholar squatted in front of the red soil in the south. Beside him stood a young man whose lips were tightly pursed. He wore the uniform of the imperial astronomer. His position was similar to the Daoist master of Longhu Mountain, and he had become the 2nd Daoist minister in the current dynasty. As the leader of the Daoists in the north, It was not appropriate for him to squat with the Confucian scholar. However, if the tall immortal Wu stood up straight, it would be too disrespectful to the young imperial astronomer nicknamed Little Bookcase, so he could only bend down as much as possible. Wu Lingsu, who was called the Great Peace City Immortal Wu Shizhen along with his son Wu Shizhen, had the appearance of an immortal. In these 2 years, he could be said to have called the wind and the rain. Even Jin Sanlang had to treat him and his son as important guests. However, at this time, the bent immortal Wu was trembling with fear. His back was soaked with sweat. It was unknown whether it was the sweat from the sun or the cold sweat from the fear. An old man in white approached. Wu Lingsu, who had the highest position on the stage, was the first to speak. He said respectfully to the old man with great Shentong, "Imperial astronomer, this humble Daoist pays his respects." The imperial astronomer, who was in charge of calculating the stars and promulgating the calendar for the imperial court, was an important figure in the Zhao family of Liang. Other than the imperial astronomer and the imperial astronomer, the imperial astronomer was not the imperial astronomer of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Not to mention the lower-ranking imperial astronomer like Jie Hu, it was the immortal teachers who did not wear official robes and only wore white. Moreover, this person had the title of imperial astronomer. The white-clothed chi cultivator in front of him looked like a middle-aged man when Wu Lingsu had seen him several times. However, the next time Wu Lingsu saw him, he looked like this. The imperial astronomer's deputy imperial astronomer, who had broken through the bottleneck at the Maui post station yesterday, looked worried. He said softly to the man who had not stood up, "Mr. Xie?" The Confucian stretched out his palm and placed it flat on the soil. He smiled and said, "I know that Duke Yansheng has left the capital. Don't worry, I will personally preside over the operation of the formation." The Chi Cultivator Grandmaster was about to say something when Xie Guanying stood up and clapped his hands. He turned around and said, "Other than the 1,600 people of the Li family, there will be another 300 palace guards who are already on their way." The Chi Refinement Grandmaster still looked like he wanted to say something but stopped on second thought. Xie Guanying glanced at the towering building in the capital and said with a faint smile, "Why? Do you really want me to say that His Highness the King of Shu is here so that you can be at ease?" The imperial astronomer heaved a sigh of relief. He then said bitterly, "Mr. Xie, I gave up the heavenly Tao and did not walk. I am no different from a pure martial artist like Shenyuan Pan. Naturally, I would not know that His Highness King of Shu has arrived." Xie Guanying's tone was playful. Qi Xianxia first went to Mount Wudong to meet Hong Shixiang and cultivate it. He also saw Li Yufu. He walked a few hundred miles along the Guangling River and arrived at Taiyan City. Yu Groom unintentionally pointed out the mysteries of Li Yufu. Li Yufu gave up on proving Tao and ascending, and even gave up on being a land immortal. Jinsen, then, what do you think? Jin Exen, and had not been called by his name for decades. He was a little dazed. Xie Guanying looked up at the cloudless sky and said softly, "Ancestor Lu once said, don't ask if there are gods in the world and how many people have ascended since ancient times. He also said that if you subdue a fire dragon, you will subdue a tiger, and you will become a land immortal." Wu Lingsu thought about it carefully. He only felt that it was indeed mysterious. However, it was useless to a half-baked Daoist like him. But from the corner of his eye, he saw that the deputy imperial astronomer was deep in thought and his expression was changing. Xie Guanying walked slowly to the Tongtian platform. The king of Shu, whom he helped wholeheartedly, did something unexpected. One was to go to the north to enter the capital, and the other was to enter the imperial astronomer. Xie Guanying did not stop and said to Jin Exen, "If you still have the thought of ascending, remember to kill Li Yufu as soon as possible." The juvenile imperial astronomer, who was very close to the emperor and empress, followed Xie Guanying. He had no awareness of the upcoming war and laughed. "Mr. Xie, there is a chess player named Fan Zhongho. He is better at chess than you." Xie Guanying smiled. "What's so great about being better than me? When it comes to chess, I can't even beat Li Yishan, who is known to be a bad chess player. However, I know my strengths and weaknesses and never ask for humiliation." Nalan Yusi is different. I remember that year, I watched him lose to Li Yishan 16 times in a row. He still did not admit defeat. I have seen a lot of people who care about winning and losing. He is the only one who cares so much. Oh no, your grandpa Imperial Astronomer is also one of them. He still thinks that you can beat Huang Longshi until he dies, right? The teenager sighed and said helplessly, yes. In fact, I don't like chess very much. Grandpa Imperial Astronomer wants me to learn how to play chess. I can't help it. Xie Guanying bent his finger and knocked on the teenager's head. How many people want to die but can't get it? You don't like it. The teenager grinned and suddenly lowered his voice. Mr. Xie, are you poaching from His Majesty the Emperor? Chapter 16:18. Xie Guanying was not surprised at all. He continued to climb the stairs calmly. Don't tell him. The youth blinked. Why? Xie Guanying ascended step by step and chuckled. If you agree, I'll tell you why your grandpa Jianzheng will always lose to Huang Longshi and why he can't be the chess armor in the spring and autumn 13 armors. The youth thought for a while. Deal? I'll go help Jin Sinan. The youth turned and ran down the stairs. Xie Guanying came behind Chen Jibao, who was standing near the Tiandao of the Tong Tian platform, and asked, Are you still unwilling to take this step? Chen Jibao did not answer. Xie Guanying said slowly, Tentai Pingjing herself did not know that her Daoist heart was damaged. Jin Sinan was even worse. He neglected the fundamentals and focused on the trifles. He had been accumulating for decades and was the most promising seed of the Tiandao. However, he pulled up the seedling to help it grow and ruined himself. Old Jianzheng and Nan Huayu persuaded the late emperor to not adopt the new calendar written by Li Dongxin. As a result, the old Tiandao gradually collapsed. You and I were the ones who benefited the most from it. Even if Chao Changqing did not die and did not let you have the fate energy, you could still become the only 3 sages after Ancestor Lu in 1,000 years. Gao Shulu would also be overshadowed. I'm afraid that other than Wang Xianji, Li Chungang, who was at his peak 60 years ago, Su Fengyan, who just defeated Wang Xianji, and Chao Changqing, who was determined to die, would not be your match. Chen Jibao said, There's also Dong Tai, who really held a sword, Su Yanbing's dying shot, and you, who was willing to give up being the emperor of the human world for 1,000 years, Xie Guanying. Xie Guanying shook his head. You know that I won't fight for such a title. The price is too high. Xie Guanying suddenly said, You're unwilling to take this step because you don't want to bask in Su Fengyan's glory? Chen Jibao remained silent. Xie Guanying smiled and shook his head. If that's the case, why did you come to Beijing? Is it fun to watch Su Fengyan strut around? Chen Jibao did not say a word. Xie Guanying gently sighed. You contradict yourself. After a long time, Chen Jibao, who was looking into the distance, suddenly said, We seem to have missed a person. Xie Guanying said nonchalantly, No matter how much effort I put in, a disobedient chess piece is dead. Outside the Imperial Astronomical Observatory, Archery Commandant Li Shogua acted as if he was facing a great enemy. The 2 carriages on the left almost sped over, and then suddenly stopped not far from the main gate. 2. Other than the king of Bailiang, who else would dare to get involved in this mess? Could it be that Su had reinforcements? Li Shogua gestured Li Chang'an not to leave the gate and walked towards the 2 carriages alone. As a result, the nervous captain was stunned. 2 elegantly dressed women walked out of the 2 carriages. However, after seeing one of them clearly, Li Shogua immediately knelt on one knee and cupped his fist. Li Shogua greets the Empress Dowager. After Zhao Zhuan ascended the throne, Empress Dowager Zhao Ji nodded slightly. Get up and guard the gate. No one is allowed to enter. Li Shogua quickly got up and returned to the main gate of the Imperial Astronomical Observatory. At this time, Li Shogua, who was sweating profusely, saw his eldest son Li Chang'an with a relieved expression. He thought to himself, Good boy, if not for the Empress Dowager's arrival, I would have thought that you were not afraid at all. The 2 women, who were of similar age but had different auras, stood 5 or 6 steps apart and looked at the other end of the street side by side. Empress Dowager Zhao Ji said with a hoarse voice, Today, even if you die, you must stop him. Otherwise, he will die. Gio Restaurant's proprietress smiled. Back then he lied to his mother. This time, is it still a lie? Zhao Ji suddenly turned to look at this woman. She bit her lips so hard that it was slightly bloodshot. This woman, who was once married to the scholar named Sun Ping, might have gone mad. She actually laughed heartily. I am a woman. Now, I am a widow who runs a small business. Back then, even though I knew that my man wanted to die, I endured it and did not interfere. On the way here, I indeed wanted to stop that child at all costs. When I got down from the car just now, I don't know why, but even if I wanted to watch that child die, I felt that I should not stop him. Women, you, Zhao Ji, are not the only one to fall out with others. Actually, anyone can do it. Zhao Ji narrowed her eyes. You want Su Xiao and Wu Su's son to die so badly. Moreover, it is the eldest son, Su Fengyan? The proprietress's lips twitched. Zhao Ji, my memory is better than yours. I remember that Su Xiao said a long time ago that there is no one in the world who deserves to live or can't die. There is no such logic. It is not easy for a man to walk in this world. It is not shameful to think of living as long as possible. But sometimes, it is even more necessary to die. Zhao Ji's face was as dark as water. Unknowingly, a young woman stood behind each of the two women. Princess Sui Zhu, Zhaofengya, Qianyu. Between the two of them, one was haggard and the other was in high spirits. When the proprietress of Jiao saw the black dot at the end of her vision, she turned to Qinyu and smiled. Back then, you should have seized the opportunity to make a move. It is a pity that you miss some men. Qinyu seemed to have recalled some past events. She raised her finger and pointed at her chest. She smiled and shook her head. Aunt Hong, when I first met that guy, he kept looking at me here. It is really difficult for me to make a move on such a man. The proprietress held back her laughter and scolded the brat. She said hatefully, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You are indeed the same as your father. Qinyu grunted twice. She lowered her gaze slightly and looked at the towering scenery. Her eyes were clearly full of smiles, but her tone was somewhat aggrieved. My place can't be fake, right? The carriage approached slowly. Even though he knew that the imperial astronomer would not be able to cause a ruckus with the presence of the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji, Li Chang, Anne's heartstrings were taut in an instant. Li Shouguo was sweating profusely and his vision was almost blurred. A young man lifted the curtain and got out of the carriage. He did not deliberately avoid the Empress Dowager Zhao Ji, Princess Zhaofengya, Sun Ping's wife, and Qinyu, but he did not deliberately approach them either. When Zhao Ji saw this, she clenched her fists and said in a low voice, Su Fengyan. Su Fengyan, who was facing the imperial astronomer, slowed down his footsteps. Zhao Ji stared at the handsome face that resembled the face of a certain woman from back then. This young man was still young. He was different from the high-spirited person he had seen before. He was also different from the white-haired person he had seen before. This time, the young man surnamed Su was reserved and calm. Zhao Ji said angrily, Su Fengyan, don't forget that you are now the king of Beiliang. Beimang will still send its army south at any time. He did not stop walking. If he walked another dozen steps, they would see his back. Zhao Ji said in a heavier tone, Yuan Binshi, Yang Taisui, Han Xingxian, Teacher Lu, they're all dead. Other than Yuan Binshi, the other three have all died by your hands. They're all dead. Zhao Ji found that the young man showed no signs of stopping. A deeply hidden panic appeared in her eyes. She forced herself to calm down and said, Su Fengyan, even if you don't consider your own life, you have to consider the millions of Beiliang's people. If you die in Great Peace City today, do you not know that the 300,000 cavalry will come to the capital? Do you not know that the Beimang army will take the opportunity to step into the Central Plains? The young man finally stopped walking. Zhao Ji could just see the side of his face that was clearly defined. Perhaps it was because of the rough sandstorms of the northwest and the tempering of the battlefield. There was no gentleness on the young man's face, only determination. Seeing this person stop, Zhao Ji did not let down her guard. She continued, the emperor tolerated you entering the capital without permission this time. You, Su Fengyan, should understand. Su Fengnian did not turn his head. He looked at the solemn imperial astronomer. Many people, including you and Zhao Duan, do not understand why after the white clothes case in the capital, my father left the capital and returned to the Su family's camp with hundreds of thousands of armored soldiers. He still did not lead his army into Great Peace City. Even when my father died, he did not tell me why. Su Fengnian paused. But after I wandered outside Bailiang like a dog for 3 years, I understood why. Su Xiao did not dare and was not willing to drag his fellow soldiers who had fought in the north and south for half their lives to die with him. But if Su Xiao was not just a level 2 master of martial arts, but a top expert of the martial arts, he would have charged into the palace alone and killed all of you. Do you know what I wanted to do the most after returning to Bailiang? It was not to inherit the throne one day and control the 300,000 border soldiers of Bailiang. It was to practice martial arts and become the best in the world. At that time, I was not afraid of death, but I was afraid that I would be like Su Xiao for the rest of my life and only be a master. I wanted to practice martial arts even in my dreams. No one knew that on the border of Liangmang, there was a young man who did not want to sit under the awning and finally reached the first level of Vajra realm. How happy was that? Su Fengnian narrowed his eyes. The reason I said this is because you are women. But don't forget, Zhao Ji, in the white clothes case, my mother was also a woman. Su Fengnian started to walk forward. Densely packed iron armor swarmed out of the gate of the imperial astronomer. At the end of the streets on both sides, there were countless elite cavalry soldiers rushing over. Zhao Ji, Jiu Restaurant's lady boss, Qin Yu, and Zhao Fengya heard the young man's last sentence. What Su Xiao wanted to do but could not do back then, a Su Fengnian will do today. Su Yanbing no longer sat in the carriage. He slowly installed the spearhead on the spear. Inside the carriage, there was a large black and gold embroidered robe that he had taken off from his body. The young man who walked toward the imperial astronomer. An old cold knife hung from his waist. He was dressed in white. Chapter 1619. I have something to do tonight, so I only have one chapter today. After the morning court was dismissed, the emperor did not hold a small court meeting to discuss politics as usual. He only had the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate, Song Tonglu, call for the scattered left cavalry attendant, Chen Wang. At that time, Chen Wang was about to walk down the white jade steps with the provincial head official, Huan Wen, but he could only stand where he was. Because the left scattered cavalry was an important official in the central government, his position in the so-called Golden Imperial Hall was quite close to the front. Therefore, every time the court was dismissed, by the time Chen Wang stepped out of the hall, the civil and military officials outside the hall had already dispersed like the tide. However, because there were too many unfamiliar faces in this morning court, including Duke Yen Gaoshi and Marquis Huayang Song Downing, a large group of officials and nobles were all present, making the originally spacious hall seem crowded. Therefore, when Chen Wang stopped, there were still people passing by this well-deserved, auspicious talisman's #1 official. Even Song Downing, who gave the impression that the capital's officialdom did not care about worldly affairs, took the initiative to exchange a few pleasantries. A few old officials who once worked together with the old Grand Preceptor of West Chu and the previous left servant of Liang, Sun Shiji, were even more intimate with him as if he were their own son-in-law. If it were not for head eunuch Song Tonglu's gaze, these old officials, who needed to be carefully supported in their daily lives at home, seemed to be able to stand here and chat with Chen Wang for an hour. Chen Wang and Song Tonglu, who was wearing a red python robe, stood together. The inside and outside of the hall gradually cleared out. Chen Wang did not rely on his friendship with the current emperor to ask the head eunuch of Liyang's head of eunuchs for the reason. He kept his mouth shut the entire time. It was Song Tonglu who, after a long silence, took the initiative to say softly, "I'll have to trouble Chen Wang to wait for a moment." Chen Wang grunted. In the face of Chen Wang's lukewarm response, the eunuch in the python robe, who was feared by all the civil and military officials, did not feel the slightest bit of dissatisfaction. Ever since Song Tonglu took over the ceremony directorate from Catman Han Xingxian, he had been caught up in the transition between the old and the new in Liang. He rarely had any respect for an official anymore. In Song Tonglu's mind, Chen Xiaobao's ranking was only behind Qi Yanglong, Gu Jiantang and Huan Wen. He was even ahead of Zhao Yuling and Yin Maochen. Chen Wang, who was born a poor scholar, was really too similar to an old man. Whether it was personal integrity or official career, they were exactly the same. It was so much so that it was hard for people to be jealous of them. Chen Wang was so distracted that he only came back to his senses when someone patted him on the shoulder. He turned his head and smiled helplessly before bowing slightly. The young emperor did not wear his dragon robe. Instead, he had changed into a set of casual clothes that did not fit the etiquette. He stood shoulder to shoulder with Chen Wang at the top of the stairs. Song Tonglu, on the other hand, had already bent his waist and retreated. His tiny footsteps were silent as he made way for this pair of auspicious monarch and minister who were destined to leave their names in history. Chen Wang saw a few eunuchs working together to bring over a long ladder. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "What is your majesty doing?" The emperor smiled and said, "First, accompany me and wait for someone." When Chen Wang saw the ladder carefully placed on the eaves of the throne room, Chen Xiaobao, who had some understanding, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He wanted to say something but stopped. The young emperor pointed to two people in the distance for Chen Wang. One was wearing a vermilion python robe. It was clear that he was an important eunuch whose status was not much lower than Song Tonglu's. The other was wearing the clothes of an ordinary Confucian scholar. As they got closer, Chen Wang could finally clearly see the appearance of the two people. The eunuch from the ceremony directorate was a very senior eunuch. At this moment, he was walking slightly ahead of the young man beside him. He was slightly bent at the waist, with one palm extended forward and the other hand holding up his sleeve. It was as if he was leading the way for the other person. The latter's eyes were closed, and his steps were not big. When the eunuch took the lead to walk up the stairs, Chen Wang vaguely heard the old eunuch say, "Mr. Lu, be careful of your feet. We are about to climb the stairs." The emperor turned his head and smiled. "Can you guess who it is?" Chen Wang nodded and said, "Mr. Lu, Lu Xuan of Qingzhou, the king of Jing, and presented the 2 strategies and 13 strategies in the last years of Yonghui. Everyone in the capital knows that it came from Mr. Lu behind the scenes." The emperor suddenly felt somewhat depressed. While there was still some distance between the two sides, he lowered his voice and said, "Lu Xuan's Go skills are very strong. I think that even if the two of us worked together, we would still be chopped up like vegetables. He could easily take care of us." Chen Wang couldn't help but laugh. He quietly joked, "Why don't we get the 10th chess saint, Fan Zhongho? If it doesn't work, doesn't your majesty still have the imperial astronomer and eunuch Zheng to support you? If the 4 of us go together, are you afraid that we can't beat one Lu Su? If it doesn't work, there's still Wu Zongxian, who claims to only lose to Fan Zhongho. If it still doesn't work, we can take turns and deliberately test Lu Su to see how long he can last. We don't have to be afraid that he won't make a move." The young emperor gently elbowed Chen Wang's waist and scolded jokingly, "It's one thing to bully Mr. Lu's poor eyesight and find Fan Zhongho to be our military advisor. You even want to take turns? Can't we be more shameless?" Chen Wang said shamelessly, "This humble subject's face isn't worth much anyway." The emperor raised his elbow and was about to strike again. Chen Wang quickly moved a few steps away. The eunuch from the ceremony directorate led Lu Su closer to the emperor and Lord Qin. When they were about 10 steps away, the emperor quickly walked down the steps and took Lu Su's hand. He smiled and said, "Mr. Lu, I'm sorry to have invited you into the palace in such a hurry." Lu Su didn't reveal the slightest bit of fear and trepidation. He calmly said, "It's a pity that Lu Su is blind and can't see the spectacular view of the palace." When the eunuch who was holding the brush saw this scene, his eyelids twitched. After the young emperor and Lu Su, who was still a commoner, reached the top of the steps, Chen Wang smiled and greeted Lu Su, "Chen Wang of Minxia province. It's my honor to meet Mr. Lu." Lu Su bowed and said, "Lu Su greets Lord Qin." Chen Wang accepted it calmly. That bow was the first and last time Lu Su bowed to an official of Liyang since he entered the capital until the end of his life. Many years later, Lu Su quietly died of illness. Grand Secretary Chen Wang stood in the deserted morning hall where only a white-haired old woman was and returned the bow today. The emperor said to Song Tonglu and the eunuch in charge of writing in a deep voice, "I want to climb the steps with these two gentlemen. One of you will dismiss everyone nearby and the other will guard here. Remember, in the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, I want to see no one in the palace from the roof." The old eunuch in charge of writing quickly left. He naturally didn't dare to fight with Song Tonglu for the position of guarding the steps. Under the emperor's irrefutable order, Chen Wang had to climb the steps first. Lu Su followed closely behind. The young emperor and Song Tonglu held the steps for the two of them on the left and right. Song Tonglu didn't raise his head, but he caught a glimpse of the young emperor from the corner of his eye. An emperor with an excellent reputation in the court was holding the steps for a young official and a poor scholar in white. There were 2 pairs of boots above the emperor's head. Song Tonglu's eyes suddenly reddened. When the 3 of them reached the roof of the lofty hall, the eunuch with the seal of the ceremony directorate was completely out of sight. Song Tonglu didn't dare to let go of the steps, but he raised his sleeve slightly to wipe his eyes. Chen Wang helped Lu Su to sit near the roof ridge, leaving the middle seat for the young emperor. After Zhao Zhuan sat down, he smiled and asked, "Is this your first time seeing the scenery of the capital?" Intentionally or unintentionally, he stopped using the word I. Chapter 1620. Zhao Zhuan put his hands on his knees and sat upright. He gazed out at the imperial streets and slowly said, "When I was still the 4th prince, I heard that there were 2 tallest buildings in the world in the capital. Even the heavenly platform of the imperial astronomer in Great Peace City couldn't compare to them. One was the missing moon tower on the snowy plains of Mount Hui, and the other was the tide-listening pavilion in Beiliang. I've been to the snowy plains. It is very tall. Xianyuan Qingfeng is an incredible woman. She won't let me in. At the time, Chen Wang, you were by my side. We were both given the cold shoulder. Therefore, I feel much better about exposing her shortcomings. No matter what happens in the world, it's much easier to have 2 people to shoulder it." Chen Wang smiled. Zhao Zhuan stretched and cracked his neck. "It's a pity I haven't been to the tide-listening pavilion. Actually, I really want to go there one day to climb the building. After all, my wife is from Beiliang. No matter who she marries, as long as she marries well, she will want to return home. This is the same logic as us men who want riches and honor but don't return home. Although my wife doesn't say it, I can't help but think about it in my heart. But right now, the court and Beiliang are on bad terms. Not to mention that my father-in-law was scolded badly in private letters by his peers in Beiliang. Even my brother-in-law, who is good friends with Su Fengnian, didn't get to see Su Fengnian when he went to Beiliang Palace on Mount Qingliang. This time, Su Fengnian also came to the capital to avoid arousing suspicion. My brother-in-law didn't go to the Demoyai courier station either. Actually, I wouldn't mind at all if I saw him. Why would I mind? I feel guilty towards the Yen family." Zhao Zhuan put his elbows on his legs and rested his chin on his hands. He gazed at the imperial road that seemed to extend all the way to the South Sea. The way of a subject is to follow the rules. The way of a son is to be filial. But in my opinion, whether it's a subject or a son, you can't escape the bottom line of being a human being. Remember the past and remember the kindness. Great Peace City, especially the so-called Golden Imperial Palace under our but what does it have the most? Most of them were officials. There are many officials who are very capable. They are able to get benefits from both sides and do everything flawlessly. But as for their ability to conduct themselves, I don't think so. But most of the time, even though we know that the people inside and outside the hall have selfish motives, generally speaking, as long as it doesn't harm the country, I and the former emperor, who sit on the dragon throne, will turn a blind eye to it. After all, when the water is too clear, there will be no fish. Sometimes, we even have to personally add fuel to the fire. But this doesn't mean that we aren't sick of it. Day after day, year after year, listening to the cheers and praises, it's really a very boring time. Zhao Zhuan suddenly couldn't help but laugh out loud. He said helplessly, "I'm not afraid that you two will laugh at me, but there have been several times when I've been sleep-talking, and I've always said the words rise up. Because of this, I've been teased by my wife for no reason." Blind Lu Xuan raised his head. The sun was not high in the sky, and a cool breeze was caressing his face. Chen Wang suddenly said, "Facing a mountain of memorials every day is very tiring." Zhao Zhuan sighed with emotion. "As long as you want to be a good emperor, you can't rest for even a day. This is the most tiring thing. When I was young, I often complained to my mother that I couldn't see my father. It was very strange. Must an emperor only see his son a few times a year? At that time, I swore to my mother that when I grew up, I didn't want to be an emperor. I wanted to play with my children all day long and watch them grow up bit by bit. Then they would get married." Chen Wang sighed. Zhao Zhuan smiled brightly and pointed to the south. "I know that there is a Jianghu outside of the imperial court. Especially in the past 100 years, it has been very exciting. Previously, there was Li Chungang from Green Mountain, and there were also the 13 grades of spring and autumn. Later, Wang Xianxia was known as the invincible martial artist in the martial emperor city. After Huang Longshi scattered the remaining fate energy of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn into Jianghu, more and more top-notch masters sprung up. A few years ago, I would occasionally think that if I wasn't a prince, but a young man from a Jianghu sect, would I be able to get into the martial arts review? Even if I wasn't a first pin master, it wouldn't be difficult to be a master who could command the wind and clouds in a county, right? Not to mention other things, just based on my extraordinary ability to read memorials every day without frowning, I should be able to make a name for myself, right?" Lu Su smiled and said, "Ordinary masters want to make a name for themselves in the Jianghu world. It's not as easy as climbing up the ranks in the imperial court." Zhao Zhuan nodded and said, "Therefore, if I were only Zhao Zhuan, then I would actually be very envious of Su Fengnian." The young emperor paused for a long time. "I also admire Su Fengnian," Lu Su said gently. "In a small place called Yongzi Alley in Qingzhou, I once gambled chess with the king of Bailiang and won a lot of money from him. Therefore, I roughly know that it's very difficult to catch the eye of the king of Bailiang. Out of all the civil and military officials in the imperial court, there are only a handful who can do it. But at the same time, it's also very simple. Perhaps the peddlers like him and are willing to treat him as a friend." Chen Wang smiled and said, "If it wasn't for the money the king of Bailiang used to buy poetry and literature, allowing me to gather the money to go to the capital for the imperial examinations, I would most likely be a private teacher in Bailiang." Zhao Zhuan said calmly, "Therefore, if it wasn't for Su Fengnian, the 3 of us wouldn't be sitting here today. Maybe it would take me 5 years, 10 years, or even 20 or 30 years to be able to sit here and chat with someone else. I want to thank Su Fengnian, and I also want to thank all of you." Lu Su said calmly, "If it was someone else who became the emperor, I, Lu Su, and Sir Chen wouldn't be able to sit here for the rest of our lives. Therefore, there's no need to thank the 2 of us." The meaning behind the blind scholar's words was self-evident. Zhao Zhuan wasn't angry and said softly, "The Su family's 800 cavalry rode from Bailiang straight to the capital. I had people carry an imperial edict and respectfully escort him into the capital. I had the minister of the Ministry of Rights stand guard at the city gate because this is the treatment the 300,000 Bailiang cavalry who guard the gate of the Central Plains deserve. Su Fengnian massacred everyone at the Maui Post Station, attracting countless masters to join forces. He fought great battles one after another and could be said to be the masterpiece of Jianghu. I didn't pay attention to it because this is the treatment Su Fengnian deserves as the martial arts grandmaster of Liang. Before coming here, I heard that he went to the Ministry of Rights Yamen wearing a vassal king's robe. Not only did he beat up Left Assistant Minister Jean Lanting, he even pulled out Jean Sanlang's beard. I still wasn't angry because he is one of the most powerful vassals in Liang. I, Zhao Zhuan, can take a step back for him. Even if he took care of the old minister, Sima Puhua, I can still endure. To the extent that the previous emperor could tolerate Su Shao, I can tolerate Su Fengnian to the extent that I can tolerate him. It doesn't matter even if it's more. Because I am sitting on the dragon throne, he is guarding the country for me." Zhao Zhuan clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He narrowed his eyes and said, "But he wants to go to the imperial astronomer, to the place where the Zhao family of Liang rose. He wants to destroy the painstaking efforts of countless people. I can't stand it. I'd rather he come to the imperial palace and point at my Zhao Zhuan's nose and curse when there is no one around. Zhao Zhuan stood up and turned to look at the imperial astronomer. He said in a low voice, Liang's annual transport of grain to the capital is more than 8 million shi. Excluding the amount that cannot be ignored in the capital, I originally planned to give 1 million shi to Beiliang every year. Under this premise, for every 150,000 Beimeng killed by Beiliang or every 50,000 frontier soldiers killed in battle, I will give him another 500,000 shi each. Since Gu Jiantang of Liao can't kill people, as long as you Beiliang can kill people who are still in Liang's territory, then I am willing to give you provisions for the soldiers. Following this, Zhao Zhuan said expressionlessly, Imperial astronomer, Li Shogua and Li Chang, and father and son, 1,400 armored soldiers, 100 experts from the Ministry of Justice, 300 imperial guards, plus the 1,200 cavalry that has already left for the imperial astronomer, a total of 3,000 people. According to what was said before, the annual 1 million shi, plus the contributions from killing the enemy and the compensation for those who died in battle, Beiliang now has more than 3 million shi of grain. When he leaves the capital, he will send it along the Guangling River to Beiliang. However, today at the imperial astronomer, for every person he kills from Greaton City, I will leave behind 1,000 shi of grain for the imperial court. The grain of the Central Plains was used to buy Beimeng's head and also to buy Beiliang's life. Lu Su was indifferent. Chen Wang wanted to speak but stopped. Was the young man rushing to the imperial astronomer Su Zhao's son or Wu Su's son? They looked the same but were very different. Was it the king of Beiliang, the leader of 300,000 cavalry, or was it the Jianghu grandmaster Su Fengyan who had mastered martial arts? They looked the same but were very different. The only young emperor standing said calmly, therefore if you, Su Fengyan, have the ability to kill 3,000 people, then do it. Chapter 1621. The 1,400 armored soldiers of the Li family surged to the gate of the imperial astronomer like a flood. They formed a tight formation like a barricade. In reality, there was only one person in front of the armor. The 1,400 elite soldiers who had specially changed into heavy armor, other than the two generals, Li Shogua and Li Chang'an, were all inside the gate of the imperial astronomer. Not a single one stepped out. Wearing this kind of large armor that weighed 50 caddies was equivalent to abandoning all flexibility and mobility. Originally, it should have appeared in a special battlefield where the foot could stop the cavalry, relying on the innate weight of a single armor and the momentum condensed by a dense formation to resist the impact of the cavalry's charge. However, if an army was only equipped with heavy armor, large shields, and long spears and crossbows, no matter how steady they would not be able to chase after the cavalry even if they succeeded in stopping the charge of the cavalry. They would only be able to defend and would not be able to expand the battle results. However, on today's strange battlefield, no one found the equipment of 1,400 people that defied common sense to be ridiculous. In fact, most of the soldiers wished that they could wear another set of armor that was suffocating after being worn for a long time. The 100 copper fish bag masters that the Ministry of Justice had carefully selected from the rivers and lakes of Liang over the years were divided into two groups. They stood on the two wings of the infantry formation. Their positions were very particular. They were slightly scattered and tried to squeeze into the imperial astronomer's field. At the same time, they could coordinate with each other to prevent the enemy from circling around and entering the gate. At the ends of the wide street outside the imperial astronomer, the infantry and cavalry arrived. The 300 imperial guards with golden embroidered scabbards were the first to leave the cavalry. They walked as fast as they could, sticking close to the base of the wall and heading straight for the imperial astronomer. They blocked in front of the 1,400 infantry. The 1,200 cavalry that had been urgently transferred from the northern Jingji army had a majestic aura. They were far more in line with the title of a Tiger Wolf army than the western Jingji armies who Qi officer Qi Changgong's western wall camp. They were in no hurry to charge. They stopped their horses at the two ends of the street and watched covetously. When they did not show up earlier, the sound of the horses' iron hooves hitting the street was like thunder. This already showed that part of the cavalry was terrifying enough to tear apart the enemy formation. This mysterious cavalry that had never appeared before the eyes of the capital was an elite cavalry that the general of the north, Ma Luang, had spent most of his life and a huge amount of money to build. The location and number of soldiers were not recorded in the Ministry of War's files. The Ministry of Revenue of Liang did not have to bear the expenses of this cavalry. For the past 20 years, it had always been directly transferred from the treasury of the Kingdom of Zhao to support the shocking expenses of maintaining the operation of the cavalry. Historically, only the old Minister of War, Gu Jiantang, had the qualifications to know the inside story. When Chen Zhibao and Lu Baijie temporarily took over the Ministry of War, they were already unable to know too many details. They could only roughly know the growth of the cavalry, from the initial 300 to 500, 800, before Chen Zhibao stepped down as Minister of War and became a vassal. When Lu Baijie was demoted to Guangling Road as Jidushi, they could only speculate that this cavalry had shown signs of a sudden increase in numbers from other sources. This was because after the ascension of the emperor, especially after Bailiang's victory over Beimang, the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Revenue began to secretly deploy troops that were not legal. The Ministry of War selected soldiers, horses, and armor, while the Ministry of Revenue had to pay a huge sum of money even if they had to tighten their belts. They didn't even dare to complain that they were poor. Moreover, the accounts had to be clean, so that even the doctors of the Ministry of Revenue who were not involved in the specific affairs of the Ministry of Revenue would not be able to see any clues. However, even Lu Baijie, who had once been the Minister of War, did not know that this cavalry had an extremely special significance to the three Zhao emperors of Liang other than its unstoppable and shocking combat ability. In the past 25 years, the cavalry had only secretly entered the capital 3 times. The first time was when Emperor Gaozu, who had established Liang's legitimate status, personally issued a secret order. Yang Taisui and Lu Haoshi personally led the cavalry into the city. The second time was when Emperor Gaozu won the title of Meritorious Minister. The last time was when the previous Emperor Zhao Dun successfully wore the dragon robe that night. Led by half-inch tongue-bearing Ben Shi, they marched straight into Great Peace City and surrounded the mansion of Zhao Heng, who was still a prince at that time. Therefore, this was basically an army supporting the dragon of the Liang dynasty. The proprietress of Jiu restaurant looked around and for some reason, her smile was somewhat bleak. She muttered, "Sun Ping, is this the military might of Liang that you wanted to create back then?" She shook her head and collected her thoughts. She turned to Zhao Ji and mocked, "What, you're still not leaving? Are you staying here to use your status as the Empress Dowager to tie down Su Fengnian so that he won't dare to go on a killing spree?" Zhao Ji's expression was complicated. It was bleak, bitter, hateful, and fearful. In the end, he sighed and said self-deprecatingly, "A long time ago, you were only Wu Su's friend, even though we knew each other earlier. Now, you only treat Wu Su's son as a junior. As for my 2 sons, be it Zhao Zhuan or Zhao Wu, you're not even willing to look at them." The proprietress seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. She said sternly, "Fight, you've been fighting your whole life. Even today, you're still like this, wanting to fight for everything. Su Shao overshadowed Zhao Dun, you're resentful. Wu Su's name shook the capital, you're not convinced. Now, Su Fengnian and Zhao Zhuan, these 2 youngsters, are upright, relying on their family's resources and abilities to wrestle with each other. What are you getting involved for? What can you do?" Chapter 1622. Zhao Ji's face was devoid of any rich expression. There was a rare sadness and decadence. He turned to look at the imperial astronomer and said softly, "Wu Su and Su Shao are dead. My man is dead too. My son has become the emperor. What do I have to fight for? But you don't know what the imperial astronomer means to the Zhao family. The saber armor Qi Lianhua has killed all the Qi cultivators from the imperial astronomer. It has already affected the fate of the Zhao family in Liang. If Su Fengnian insists on killing people today, he will destroy the formation built by the previous Daoist masters of Mount Longhu. As a result, the items sent to the capital by the previous saint of the Zhang family, Yanxing Gong, will be destroyed. Do you know what kind of catastrophe this will be?" You definitely don't know why the Empress of Beimang's million-strong army didn't even break through Beiliang's pass. More than 300,000 people died, but she didn't immediately strip King of the Southern Courtyard Dong Zhuo of his position as the commander-in-chief. She was waiting for Beiliang to see the hope of another victory after the great victory. She wanted Su Fengnian to enter the capital to ask for the transport of grain and fodder. During this time, she came to the imperial astronomer to settle the old score and destroy Liang's foundation. Therefore, the people who are watching the imperial astronomer now are that old woman and Beimang's Taiping commandant, West Chu's Chao Chongqing, Nanjiang's Yan King Zhaobing, and Liao's Gu Genting. Of course, at this very moment, Mr. Xie and the king of Shu are standing in the imperial astronomer. Zhao Ji sighed and said, "Is the imperial astronomer really just about the life and death of Su Fengnian and 3,000 soldiers? The Beiliang cavalry, West Chu's rebel army, Nanjiang's army, and Liao's border army are all involved. If we're not careful, Beimang's million-strong army will ruthlessly trample on the territory of the Central Plains. Even if they're eventually beaten back and driven back to the desert and grassland, how many people will die in Liang?" The lady boss deliberately showed a frightened and terrified expression. She covered her chest and said, "You scared me to death." The corners of Qin Yu's mouth curved slightly. The lady boss suddenly walked toward Zhao Ji. She raised her hand and was about to slap him. Zhao Ji remained motionless, his eyes cold. The lady boss smiled and retracted her hand. "Forget it, I'm afraid of dirtying my hands. Although this old lady's Jojo Dojo is a small business, at least the things I make are clean. As for you big shots meddling in the affairs of the country, I don't give a damn about how you worry about the country and its people. In any case, I only know one thing. With Wu Su's son here, as long as Su Fengnian is alive, no matter if he is in Great Peace City or in Beiliang, no matter if he dies in the Imperial Astronomer today or on the battlefield in the future, in the end, I feel satisfied. Because it makes me feel that not only is my man a fool who dares to risk universal condemnation, but also the father and son of the Su family, Su Shao and Su Fengnian." The landlady walked towards the carriage, and Qin Yu followed closely behind. After the landlady sat down in the carriage, she looked at Qin Yu, who was bending down to enter. She teased, "Do you regret it now?" Qin Yu's bright eyes were smiling as she looked at the landlady. She did not speak. The landlady said in bewilderment, "If he was just a wretched lecher in the past and you did not like him, why are you still not moved?" Qin Yu hesitated, her expression strange. She finally said, "In the past, he only wanted to take me back to Beiliang and give me to his younger brother, Su Longxiang, to be his wife. Aunt Hong, do you think I would have agreed?" My teacher, Huang Longshi, was depressed for many days when he learned of this news. The landlady resisted for a long time and then laughed. She wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes. "This boy is even more of a bastard than the young Su Shao." Zhao Ji also returned to the carriage. He saw his daughter with a sad expression, Princess Sui Zhu Zhaofenya. Zhaofenya lowered her head and said, "Fourth brother promised me not to marry Chen Zhibao." Zhao Ji said angrily, "I do not agree." A horse galloped with all his might. He rushed past the armored cavalry at the end of the street and headed straight for Su Fengnian. Su Fengnian was only 20 steps away from the gate of the imperial astronomer. He sighed when he saw the young man who had fallen off his horse. Yan Qiji, the Huang men of the Hanlin Academy and the younger brother of the current empress, stood in front of Su Fengnian with a face full of sweat and tears. He choked with sobs and said, "Brother Nian, don't go any further." His Majesty said that Beiliang can lift the ban on the transport of 3 million dan. However, for every one of the 3,000 armored soldiers who dies today, 1,000 dan will be deducted. Su Fengnian said softly, "Go back and tell Martial Addict Kong that we are still brothers." Yan Qiji suddenly grabbed Su Fengnian's sleeve and said with tears streaming down his face, "Brother Nian, don't go. I beg you." Su Fengnian said softly, "Don't worry, I won't die. No matter how many people I kill, Liang will not dare to take a single dan less from the transport of 3 million dan." Then Su Fengnian shook his sleeve and broke free from Yan Qiji's grip. He scolded jokingly, "Get out of here. If you stay here, I will be distracted." Yan Qiji was conflicted. He gritted his teeth and did not say anything else. He suddenly turned around and mounted his horse again. Without turning his head, the young man raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. Su Fengnian looked at the imperial astronomer. He held the old cold blade hanging from the left side of his waist. His left hand pressed lightly on the hilt. A pale-faced leader with a copperfish bag took 5 or 6 steps out of the formation and shouted, "Halt! Immediately retreat 50 steps from the gate of the imperial astronomer." The next moment, this Ministry of Justice official flew high into the air like a kite with a broken string. He fell heavily into the infantry formation behind the gate. Unknowingly, Su Fengnian was standing where he was standing just now. "Bailiang, you can fight or die, but you cannot retreat." Even facing 1,000,000 troops of Beimang was like this, let alone 3,000 soldiers of the Zhao family. Chapter 1623. The 300 imperial guards held the hilts of their swords at the same time. Even though the masters of the Ministry of Justice were repelled by the young king and were ready to break into the imperial astronomer, the 300 Zhao kingdom's elites still didn't immediately draw their swords to kill the enemy. Of course, this didn't mean that the royal guards were all pretty but useless. It also didn't mean that the royal guards had a good temper. If it had been anyone else standing at the door, the 300 royal guards with the secret edict would have already rushed up and killed them. However, for some reason, the young man in front of them didn't wear the king's robe. After all, he was the son of General Su Shao, who had 300,000 Northwest Iron Cavalry. He was also a martial arts grandmaster who was as famous as Chao Changqing and Dong Tai. In terms of Jianghu, he was probably more famous than the other 2 Earth Immortals. Whoever drew their swords first would die first. The reason was that simple. The consecrator of the Ministry of Justice was sent flying. The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards could only brace himself and take his place. This tall and sturdy peerless master of the Imperial Guards had an imperial saber with the name Eternal Hui Tian hanging from his waist. During the reign of the late emperor, it took the palace master 5 years to forge 18 swords. The first 3 swords were kept in the palace guards. Only when the late emperor wore the golden dragon armor and participated in the hunt, he would wear one of them. Until the end of the Yonghui dynasty, in addition to the 3 palace guards, the Yonghui Tian 16, 17, and 18 were given 3 swords. According to the rules, the position of the palace guards commander was not hereditary, but the golden swords were hereditary. In other words, only those who sat in these 3 positions were qualified to wear the 3 swords. Gu Jiantang of the Great Pillar State, Chen Zhibao of Shu, Lu Baijie of the Tangxi Sword Ferry, and Wu Zhongshuan, who had just arrived at the capital to attend the imperial court. Each of the 4 ministers of the Ministry of War of the Liang dynasty was bestowed with a sword and kept it for generations. Among the 8 generals of the 4 campaigns and 4 towns, other than Wu Zhongshuan, only the general of the northern campaign, Ma Lung, received this honor. However, no one knew the exact number of the 5 insignia sabers. After the current emperor ascended to the throne, he ordered nearly 500 new imperial swords to be replicated according to the eternal Hui Heaven Sword. He personally named them the auspicious talisman day swords, or day swords for short. The scabbard was made of wood with a golden peach leather sheath. The guard was an oval-shaped hollow plate made of iron and gold. There were 3 moving jade dragons inside, which were vivid and lifelike. The deputy commander of the royal guards took a deep breath. His tone was no longer as stiff as the unlucky guy from the Ministry of Justice. He said in a low voice, "King of Bailiang, please don't make things difficult for us." Su Fengnian, who was standing with his hand on the blade, did not make a sound. He did not take out the old cold blade that had been forged very early on. Instead, he gently tapped the hilt of the blade with his finger. It was like the sound of Bailiang's drum. Being able to become the deputy commander of the royal guards in Liang, he naturally would not be a coward. The burly man smiled. He had a bit of the spirit of a man who was willing to die for the emperor. He probably knew that he was going to die. He did not have the old-fashioned attitude of a servant beside the emperor in the palace. He looked at the northwest vassal in front of him and laughed heartily. Yang Dongping, a wild warrior from the old Dongyue countryside. 12 years ago, I entered the capital as a royal guard's guard. I have been away from Jianghu for 12 years. This is the last battle of my life. To be able to fight with the king of Bailiang, my life is not in vain." After saying his last words, Yang Dongping took out the eternal Hui Heaven No. 17 imperial sword, which he did not know who would be given to after his death. He shouted, "Meet the enemy." 300 auspicious Talisman Day swords were neatly unsheathed. Yang Dongping took the lead and rushed forward with the sword. He roared, "Follow me to retreat from the enemy." In an instant, 20 royal guards, including Yang Dongping, rushed forward one after another. In addition to maintaining the thickness of the formation outside the front gate of the Imperial Observatory, 100 royal guards did not move. The rest of the royal guards rushed to the left and right sides of the battlefield where the king of Bailiang and Yang Dongping were fighting. Obviously, they not only wanted to block the path of the young vassal, but also to block the path of retreat. More than 200 royal guards were extremely fast. For a moment, outside the gate of the Imperial Observatory, they were like a group of gorgeous butterflies fluttering in the air. The soldiers of the Li family who were inside the gate were dazzled and felt a chill down their spines. They asked themselves, how can an ordinary master survive such a fierce encirclement? Every step that Yang Dongping took caused the street to tremble. He didn't dare to jump up and slash down. When facing a martial grandmaster like the king of Northern Liang, who was much weaker than him, there were too many openings. He was destined to be killed in one move. Even though Yang Dongping was a first-stage Vajra realm martial artist, he only chose the most conservative move. He used his saber as a sword and stabbed the tip of his saber towards the king of Northern Liang's chest. Furthermore, he didn't use his full strength in this attack. He left 30% to 40% of his chi in case he couldn't defeat the king of Northern Liang. Although Yang Dongping had been away from the Jianghu of the Central Plains for more than 10 years and was not well known, he did not dare to slack off for a single day in the palace where countless martial arts manuals were stored. The path of martial arts was like sailing against the current. If you did not advance, you would fall behind. Yang Dongping, who had outstanding talent and constitution, had endured loneliness for more than 10 years. He did not care about the false reputation of being a Xian finger expert. Instead, he trained his Vajra realm cultivation to be extremely solid. The move before him was a combination of several supreme arts that had not been passed down. He had also received guidance from the former head of the ceremony directorate, Han Shengxian. This move of his had almost reached the realm of returning to simplicity. Yang Dongping did not dare to underestimate the new grandmasters in the world. However, he soon realized that he had not faced a top grandmaster for many years. Once he encountered a figure like the king of Bailiang, a slight mistake could be fatal. Yang Dongping's original intention was to avoid the king of Bailiang when he saw that the situation was not good. Otherwise, he would retreat on the spot. With the palace guards behind him filling in the positions and helping to delay the battle, he would still have a chance to survive. At that time, he could continue to fight. Unfortunately, Yang Dongping did not expect that he would die because he did not overestimate himself but seriously underestimated his opponent. The young man in white did not try to stop him. He allowed the Eternal Radiance No. 17 Imperial Sword, which could cut through iron like mud, to stab his chest. At that moment of choice, life and death were on the line. Yang Dongping, who thought that he had an opportunity, suddenly increased the chi between his 5 fingers. He stopped accumulating power and the 3 jade dragons in the Imperial Sword's guard immediately let out sonorous dragon cries. When the tip of the Imperial Sword was about to touch the linen cloth on the young man's chest, it would be able to penetrate his body. Suddenly, a huge force was transmitted from the body of the Imperial Sword. The Imperial Sword in his hand was like hitting a mountain, like an egg hitting a stone. Yang Dongping had decisively given up this precious Eternal Radiance Imperial Sword. However, just as he let go, the king of Bailiang had already stretched out his palm. Yang Dongping's whole body seemed to have been hit violently by a battering ram. His body was still slightly moving forward, but his whole chest instantly caved in and a large part of his back protruded at the same time. Yang Dongping, who was in the first-grade Vajra realm and the deputy commander of the palace guards, died on the spot. Yang Dongbing's body flew out and hit a guard who was waiting for an opportunity to pounce on the young lord. The unparalleled momentum caused the guard to have no time to dodge, and a large amount of blood splattered wantonly in his chest. There was a guard behind him who tried to reach out and stop his seriously injured colleague. With a crack, his arm exploded. There was no chance for him to regret. The two people who were retreating without any signs of weakening slammed into him. Then, the three corpses flew out together and slid out on the ground. The corpses slowly stopped in front of 100 palace guards who were as motionless as mountains. On the ground, a scarlet blood flowed. The dead were already dead, and the living were a ghastly sight. After Yang Dongping was killed by a palm, the Eternal Radiance Heaven Blade, which was supposed to be passed to the next deputy commander of the palace guards after the war, flew out of his hand. Su Fengnian casually waved it. The imperial sword that was thrown high out of its sheath paused for a moment, and then began to fly like a flying sword controlled by a sword immortal.